Somewhere outside Red Moon City, a light flickered in the dark night sky, and Ruan Hongyu, the other women, and Yunxiao were teleported out. Everyone was panting, and even Yunxiao's face was white, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In the beginning, he wasn't confident at all and planned to put everyone into the Divine Realm tablet in a hurry. However, the situation was much better than he had expected. "Thank you for saving me, young Master Yunxiao." Ruan Hongyu came forward and nodded in thanks. Yunxiao did not dare to accept it, so he said in a hurry, "At the last moment, an expert made a move. That's why I was able to escape successfully. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape either." Ruan Hongyu's eyes flickered and she said, "Expert." Yunxiao immediately told him about Hong Juanhuan being smashed into the ground and said, "To be able to take down Hong Juanhuan without a sound and intimidate Fuichuan so much that he doesn't dare to move, and there aren't any other pursuers. Can Madam guess who this person is?" Ruan Hongyu pondered for a while. "The situation in the entire Red Moon City is complicated now. I can't determine who it is, but there are only a handful of people with such ability. Even if the master of Red Moon City changes hands," Yunxiao said. "Why would you need to escape? Could it be that there's no place for Madam in such a large Red Moon City?" Ruan Hongyu's heart was touched, and she smiled sadly. Under the moonlight, she looked even more miserable. Yunxiao secretly blamed himself for talking too much. He should not have asked about such a sad thing. Jiang Ruobing said hatefully, "Tang Qing, that old beast, wanted my mother to publicly express her support for him to be the city lord. My mother refused, so he sent people to threaten and make use of her. He even threatened my sisters and my life. My mother couldn't stand his power, so she thought of escaping with us. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yunxiao's arrival tonight, I'm afraid we would have been captured by them again." Yunxiao frowned and said in a cold voice, "Could it be that Madame can't find anyone to protect her in the Red Moon City?" Ruan Hongyu sighed. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. Hongyue City is a thing of the past. Since I've escaped, I'm an outsider." "Mother, can you really treat yourself as an outsider?" Jiang Ruame asked unhurriedly. She looked up at Yunxiao with her big eyes and said, "The current situation in the Red Moon City is turbulent, and people are forming gangs. No one knows who is a friend and who is an enemy, and Mother is not willing to see someone get into a conflict with Tang Qing for her. After all, Tang Qing is like the sun in the sky now. Once someone shows dissatisfaction, they will immediately be killed. Even if you wanted to, how could you have the strength?" Ruan Hongyu said sadly. "We, an orphan and a widow, are about to go to the Jade Toad sect in the north to seek a place to stay," she said to Yunxiao. "What are your plans, young Master Yunxiao?" "I don't have any plans, but I want to stay in the eastern region for the time being," Yunxiao said. "I'll take you to the nearby teleportation city." "That's good." "Okay," Ruan Hongyu replied. She threw a pink flying mystic artifact into the air, and everyone got on it. Yunxiao took out an astrolabe and set the direction. He could not help but frown. The nearest city was the location of the old man who had taken his ice sword. The pink warship flew rapidly under the bright moonlight. After a night of battle, everyone's emotions had also recovered from the grief. However, everyone was silent and unwilling to speak. They all quietly looked at the endless night, not knowing when dawn would come. The nearest city was called Fengling City, and it was one of the main cities of the eastern region. It was one of the top cities and had an interdomain teleportation formation. Not all main cities could teleport across regions. After all, it required a huge amount of resources and the cost of each teleportation was extremely high. Therefore, in the entire eastern region, other than Red Moon City, only the 4 major cities had it, and Fengling City was one of them. Outside the city, Ruan Hongyu put away her flying mystic artifact and said, "Don't be too ostentatious. This is the eastern region after all, and it's still under the control of the Red Moon City." The crowd pretended to be the family members of ordinary martial artists. Although they attracted a lot of attention, they still passed the inspection smoothly. "Take care, Big Brother Yunxiao," Jiang Ruobing said. "You too," Yunxiao said with a forced smile. Everyone take care. No one had anything else to say. After Ruan Hongyu thanked him, she went up the teleportation array with the other women. Zhu Jingyi squeezed his way up as well. He took up almost half the space by himself. He kept waving his hands and said, "Take care, big brother Yunxiao. Take care." Yunxiao forced a smile and waved. The light of teleportation lit up, and everyone gradually disappeared from his sight. The smile on his face also stiffened, and he slowly put it down. "Hey, let's go. Don't block the way." Yunxiao, Xian, who was in charge of the teleportation, shouted and gave Yunxiao a fierce glare. He was furious that the man in front of him knew so many beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. So he didn't sound polite, but suddenly his voice got stuck in his throat, and a sense of fear spread in his heart. The face of the man in front of him was still harmless just now, with a smiling expression. At this moment, it was like an ancient well, deep and bottomless. Xian's mind suddenly had a kind of trance. No matter how wide he opened his eyes, he gradually could not see the person's face clearly. Not only that, but the previous impression in his mind was also gradually disappearing. He could not remember what the man looked like at all. He knew that he had encountered an expert. He had been in Fengling City for a long time and had seen all kinds of people. Xian hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at that person. Sure enough, after a while, he raised his head and saw that the man had already walked far away in the crowd. "Who?" Xian heaved a heavy sigh of relief. His body was already covered in cold sweat from the shock. His peers had been killed because they had made a wrong judgment and offended a strong person. Their line of work was a high-risk industry. He looked in the direction of the man's departure and couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "That's the direction. Could he be going to the Lu family?" The Lu family was the royal family of Fengling City. They had the highest authority, and there were many families in Fengling City, but they were all dependent on the Lu family to survive. Who cares? I can't afford to offend such a person. After Xian mumbled a few times, he began to maintain the order of the teleportation. Suddenly, a flying profound level weapon flew over from the distance. A martial arts grandmaster of the Six Directions realm stood on top of it. He then threw down a scroll and shouted, "Red Moon City has sent a new arrest warrant. The people drawn on it are to be strictly investigated. If anyone sees it, stop them and report it immediately." After the martial arts grandmaster threw down the scroll, he turned into a ray of light and left. The scroll fell into Xian's hand. He unfurled it and saw a handsome young man drawn on it. Why does this person's face give me a familiar feeling, as if I've seen him somewhere before? Xian thought hard, but he couldn't remember. After seeing Ruan Hongyu and her daughter off, Yunxiao's face darkened, and his heart felt as if it was being weighed down by a huge rock. His current strength was too weak, and he could not promise anything. At that moment, there was no need to say anything. One day, he would finally bring these people back to the Red Moon City and take back everything they had lost. At this moment, he was heading towards the coordinates that he had sensed earlier. He wanted to help the old man refine that mysterious profound level weapon and retrieve the cold sword, Ice Frost. His destination was a forest in the city. Yunxiao flew down and soon saw a vacuum in front of him, with green smoke rising in spirals. A huge alchemy furnace was operating, and two old men were sitting beside it. One of them was the one who had given him the energy burst fruit. Yunxiao glanced at the furnace and knew that it was refining an 8th-tier high-grade pill. The old man caught a glimpse of Yunxiao out of the corner of his eye, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He moved slightly and said, "Lord Cloud Sky, you've finally come. You know me?" Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" The old man smiled bitterly. "I didn't know at that time, but how could I not know later? I didn't expect that the world-famous Lord Yunxiao was also a 9th-tier alchemist. Heroes really come from young people." "I'm here," Yunxiao said. "Have you prepared all the materials you need?" "The ingredients are here," the old man said. "There's no rush. My friend is refining the turtle snake purple jade pill, and it's almost ready." Yunxiao nodded. then sat down on a big rock next to him and began to meditate with his legs crossed. A strange look flashed in the old man's eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but praise him secretly. Behind every genius, there were countless hard work and sweat that others couldn't see. Xianxia was in a hurry to improve his strength, but after he became a martial supreme, the spirit chi he needed seemed to have become a bottomless abyss. During this period of time, no matter how much he absorbed the spirit chi, it felt like a drop in the ocean, and it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to make a breakthrough. However, on the path of martial arts, there were no shortcuts. The improvement of cultivation had to be accumulated by countless basic skills. Moreover, he had not faced any obstacles along the way, so he was already much faster than everyone else. It was just that his body and soul were also cultivating at the same time, resulting in an extremely terrifying demand for spiritual chi. Both the old man and the alchemist were surprised. The spirit chi in the forest vaguely formed an invisible dragon and poured into Xianxiao's body, while 5 colored lights surrounded Xianxia from time to time, which turned out to be the power of earth, water, fire, wind, and other elements. The two of them looked at each other in shock. Both the speed of absorbing spirit chi and the affinity to elements were extremely terrifying. The shock in their eyes gradually turned into solemnness, and the alchemist almost lost his mind, and the alchemist's alchemy furnace emitted a chaotic glow. The alchemist was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was now in the final stage of the pill condensation. He quickly calmed down and began to concentrate on the refining. As a peak 8th tier alchemist, he was very satisfied with the success rate of refining the turtle snake purple jade pill. Soon, the chaotic aura stabilized, and colorful lights rushed out. The sound of boiling water came from the furnace, and the pill was finally completed. The two of them exchanged a look. Then the old man turned to Xianxia and said, "Lord Cloud Sky, the pill is done." Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and changed the spell in his hand. The dragon-like faint spirit chi around him was absorbed into his body, and only then did he stand up from the rock. The shock in the old man's eyes disappeared as he smiled. There's no such thing as a false reputation. Lord Cloudsky's cultivation technique really broadened the two of our horizons. "I'm sorry," Xianxia said indifferently. "I'm sorry. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea," the old man said. "Lord Cloudsky's spirit chi absorption speed, according to my calculations, is probably more than 10 times that of the same rank, right?" He was shocked by the result. What did it mean? It meant that the other party's cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than others, and Xianxiao's young face also confirmed his speculation. Xianxia frowned and said coldly, "Does this have anything to do with you?" "Ha! Lord Cloudsky, there's no need to be angry." The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I'm just surprised. Let's get to know each other again. I'm a famous servant, Pu Jinshan. This is the Lu family's 8th tier alchemist, Lu Huafeng." Lu Huafeng said, "I heard that Lord Yunxiao's master can increase the success rate of refining the 5-element belly white fish that Pu Jinshan needs to 40%. I wonder who Lord Cloudsky's master is." "You won't know even if I tell you," Yunxiao said. "Pu Jinshan, do you want to refine a profound level weapon or not?" "Of course," Pu Jinshan said. "Lord Yunxiao, can you help me take a look at this cauldron of turtle snake purple jade pills first?" Lu Huafeng slapped on the cauldron and the lid flew away. The fragrance of the pill spread out. With a light sniff, one could feel that their limbs were full of strength. A mist spread out, and 3 ancient-looking pills were caught by Lu Huafeng in the air, then slowly landed in front of Yunxiao. "What do you think of the quality of this pill, Master Yunxiao?" Yunxiao glanced at it, and a strange look appeared on his face as he praised, "However, the quality is excellent. I believe this is your best refinement, right? Without hundreds or thousands of trials, there would not be such an outcome. I can't judge it by its shape and color alone," Lu Huafeng said with a smile. "Why don't you try one, Master Yunxiao?" "Oh." Yunxiao had a strange look on his face as he said, "Can I eat it?" After all, the turtle snake purple jade pill was a famous spiritual pill and was very valuable. "Of course." Lu Huafeng laughed arrogantly. He was obviously satisfied with his pills. Yunxiao did not stand on ceremony. He would naturally not give up such an opportunity to improve his cultivation. He picked up one and swallowed it. After a moment of silence, he said, overflowing with spiritual energy, solidifying the foundation and cultivating the essence, nourishing the chi and soul. The materials chosen shouldn't be ordinary, right? Originally, he didn't have much interest in this 8th-tier medicinal pill, but after taking one, he found that it was actually equivalent to several days of bitter cultivation and was much stronger than the ordinary turtlesnake purple jade pill. At that moment, he didn't hold back and took the other two and swallowed them. This buy-in. Lu Huafeng and Piu Jinshan were both dumbfounded. Yunxiao swallowed the pills and ate them without hesitation. Looking at their expressions, he asked in surprise, "What? Didn't Master Huafeng say that I can eat it?" Lu Huafeng's face was covered in cold sweat as he said awkwardly, Of course, of course." In his heart, however, he was cursing endlessly. "I let you eat, but I didn't let you eat it all. You deserve to die." Yunxiao put on a thoughtful look and said, "If I'm not wrong, the main ingredients of this elixir, the tortoiseshell and the snake gall, are from 9th order monster beasts, right?" Lu Huafeng's face flashed with a mocking expression. "Master Yunxiao, you're indeed amazing. The tortoiseshell is a Tianluo dark xuanwu, and the snake gall is a 100-ringed copper snake. It's further supplemented with lonely foxgrass, yuxia bead, flowing light leaf, wuwei demon bamboo, and Capricorn silk, a total of 7 main materials. The heavenly dark tortoise and the 100-ringed copper snake are both extremely rare and precious items," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Isn't it a waste to use them to refine the turtle snake purple jade pill? The other 5 spirit herbs are also extremely rare and great tonics. But won't the lone core fox grass, yuxia bead, and the gallbladder of the 100-ringed copper snake be poisonous when mixed together? The wuwei demonic bamboo, Capricorn silk, and Tianluo dark xuanwu together seem to be poisonous too, right?" Lu Huafeng's eyes flashed with admiration as he clapped and laughed. "Haha, as expected of a 9th-tier alchemist. I'm really impressed. The combined poison of the lone core foxgrass, yuxia pearl, and the gallbladder of the 100-ringed copper pole snake could freeze a martial artist's spiritual chi and cause it to circulate and stagnate. On the other hand, the combined poison of the wuwei demonic bamboo, Capricorn silk, and Tianluo dark xuanwu could injure a martial artist's divine sense and make his consciousness blurry. However, these 2 poisons were only effective on martial artists below the martial supreme realm. The flowing brightness leaf was needed in order to have a fatal effect on martial supreme realm experts. This flowing light leaf is the key to these 3 turtle snake purple jade pills. It uses a 3,000-year-old flowing light leaf spirit grass. It's hard to find. Yunxiao came to a realization and said, "No wonder this 8th-grade elixir can also increase my power. There are so many rare treasures in it. Master Huafeng, you are so kind." The smile on Lu Huafeng's face disappeared and he said coldly, "Master Yunxiao, I really admire your calmness. You're still so calm even when you're about to die. This is not a mentality that a martial artist your age should have." His heart had been pounding, fearing that Yunxiao had some powerful force behind him. "No." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I don't have a master. By the way, why did you give me the poison pill?" Lu Huafeng snorted heavily and said, "If I didn't have a master, it would be easy. Since Master Yunxiao is going to die soon, why don't you just take out all the 9th-tier treasures?" "I see," Yunxiao said. "You're after my money. Don't tell me you don't want to refine that profound-level weapon anymore?" he asked while looking at Piu Jinshan. Piu Jinshan's face was bitter as he said, "Lord Yunxiao, I didn't have a choice. Don't blame me. Master Huafeng said that the Lu family will be responsible for making it for me." Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "You lured me here to kill me and take my treasure, and now you're telling me not to blame you? Are you crazy or am I stupid? If I don't blame you, then who should I blame?" Piu Jinshan said helplessly, "I'm also living under the roof, so I have no choice but to lower my head. When I was collecting the materials, I accidentally leaked the treasured sword that Lord Yunxiao had pawned with me. It was discovered by the Lu family, so they asked me to set up a trap to lure Lord Yunxiao here. My petty power is not enough to resist the Lu family. Humph, don't make yourself sound so innocent. If you weren't greedy and came to me to appraise the value of the ice sword, how could this happen? Lu Huafeng said coldly. You should be the one who broke the promise first, right? What's done is done. Piu Jinshan's face reddened. There's no point in saying more. A cold light flashed in Lu Huafeng's eyes. Master Yunxiao, are you going to be honest yourself? Or do you want us to be honest for you? I just want to know where my ice sword is now, Yunxiao said. Where is it? Lu Huafeng sneered. You'll only feel sad if you know. That thing is a peerless weapon of death. It's not for a child like Master Yunxiao to play with. You'd better behave yourself. I'm not an honest man by nature, Yunxiao sighed and said. I think it's better for you two to be honest for me. His body had been baptized by the Great One Profound Qi, and any power could be assimilated directly. He had already sensed the little bit of poison when it first entered his mouth, but it had all been turned into tonic medicine and absorbed by his body. Lu Huafeng's face darkened as he gave Piu Jinshan a look. I can't help myself when I'm under the roof, Piu Jinshan said to Yunxiao seriously. Lord Yunxiao, I'm sorry for offending you. With a wave of his hand, a violent wave of air spread out. The air was crushed and exploded in an instant, and a sharp, ear-piercing whistle sounded. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he threw a palm toward the force. In an instant, a five-colored light bloomed in his palm, covering the shrill howl and suppressing the force. Bang, bang, bang. Piu Jinshan was shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The palm wind struck his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. You're weak, Piu Jinshan. Lu Huafeng was taken aback, and his face was filled with horror. Piu Jinshan was a 2-star martial emperor, but he was injured by a single palm strike from him. He didn't believe that his pill would lose its effect. Yunxiao stomped his foot and leaped forward, trying to capture Lu Huafeng alive and force him to bring down his cold sword. Suddenly, a stream of energy fell from the sky, and the entire space was frozen. It was as if a huge rock weighing thousands of kilograms had fallen. Yunxiao's face flickered as he spun in the air and returned to where he was in an instant, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Master Huafeng, I've already told you that you could have just sent someone to capture him. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Not only did you lose so many precious medicinal herbs, but there's also no effect at all. A figure slowly descended from the sky. He was dressed in a green brocade robe, and his face was very clean and shaven. He revealed a lazy expression, and he held a feather fan in his hand, constantly waving it. At the same time, more than a dozen beams of light shot over from all directions and landed around the forest, completely surrounding Yunxiao. Lu Huafeng's face was cold as he snorted, Lu Chao Hai, are you deliberately making fun of me? The pale-faced man, Lu Chao Hai, smiled and waved his feather fan. I wouldn't dare. I also know that this is Master Nanshi's plan. He wants to capture a living person, and Master Huafeng is only the executor. Now that the plan has failed, Master Huafeng should return to your family first. Lu Nanshi was Lu Huafeng's father and a 9th-tier alchemist who was in charge of the Lu family's alchemy. He was famous in the eastern region. Lu Chaohai looked at Lu Huafeng's gloomy face and added while waving his feather fan, I'll take care of this. This kid is a little tricky. If I hurt Master Huafeng during the fight, the chief will not let me off easily. Humph, what's so difficult about him? He's just a 1-star martial emperor. If you can still hurt me, then you must have done it on purpose. Lu Huafeng snorted in disdain. Lu Chaohai shook his head. This kid isn't an ordinary 1-star martial emperor. You've seen Piu Jinshan just now. Even a 2-star martial emperor can't take a single move from him. After Piu Jinshan was sent flying, he also ran back. When he heard this, his face immediately turned red. Lu Chaohai glanced at Piu Jinshan and said indifferently, It's not humiliating to lose to this person. Piu Jinshan's face was extremely red, and he didn't dare to answer. I'll watch Lord Chaohai show his might and capture this man. Lu Huafeng said coldly. Lu Chaohai frowned and said, "In that case, Master Huafeng, please stand further away and watch." He could do nothing about the alchemists in these families, but he could not afford to offend them. Lu Huafeng didn't make things difficult for him. He took the initiative to retreat dozens of meters and watched from a distance. Lu Chaohai turned around and looked at Xiao with a smile. "Young Master Yun, I've admired your style for a long time. Will you surrender yourself, or should I make you surrender?" Xiao, he. "I know that young Master Yun won't be honest," Lu Chaohai said with a faint smile. He pointed his feather fan forward and said, "Do it!" The surrounding martial artists rushed up one after another, and all kinds of qi-jin burst out. Pu Jinshan also rushed up behind the crowd, wanting to take revenge for his previous humiliation. The entire forest was being destroyed by these powerful forces, and the vacuum became larger and larger. Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he shot out a beam of sword energy from his body and pointed his finger forward. Tens of thousands of sword energy beams gathered at the tip of his finger, and the entire sky suddenly changed color. The clear sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy, making people feel suffocated. Lu Chaohai's expression changed drastically. The sword chi was pointed at him. Under the invisible pressure, he could not help but take a step back in shock. Yunxiao's cold face suddenly broke into a smile, and the corners of his mouth turned up with unspeakable sarcasm and mockery, which made Lu Haichao fly into a rage. He drew a circle in the air with his finger and then looked around. He shouted, "Sword Cloud Rain!" The 11 northern heaven cold star swords appeared and turned into countless wind and rain. Those warriors were immediately swept into the thousands of sword chi. Countless sword raindrops kept hitting their protective emperor chi, and even more of them hit the weapons, making countless clanking sounds. A warrior forcefully withstood the sword rain and broke through the transformed rain sword chi. He shouted and attacked. A saber beam followed the warrior and slashed at Yunxiao's head. "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted coldly as he flicked his finger. A ball of thunder shot out from his fingertip and struck the saber beam, causing a dazzling flash of lightning to burst out. The extremely strong power of thunder passed through the blade light and shook into the warrior's body, breaking the emperor chi. Ah! The martial artist was struck by the lightning, and he was in great pain as he flew backward. "Try my raging inferno! Frigid cloud force!" Another 2 people broke through the sword rain and rushed in. Under their joint efforts, waves of true energy surged and squeezed, and endless moves came one after another, making the sense of oppression stronger and stronger. Yunxiao's sword intent circulated around him, and he suddenly opened his immemorial heavenly eye. The power of wind and fire roared out, crashing into the pressure that the 2 men had put down together. A series of explosions rang out, and the vague shape of a crocodile appeared in the wind and fire, waving its fists and punching wildly. Bang! 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 The pressure exploded like a steel plate. The spiritual pressure spread out and the 2 martial artists were sent flying. The crocodile had gone mad. With a roar, it turned into a wheel of wind and fire, rolling into the wind and rain around it and burning toward the martial artists. Arg! Ah! 2 cultivators were touched by the power of wind and fire and died on the spot. One was instantly dried up, while the other was burned to the ground without a corpse. In the distance, Lu Huafeng was dumbfounded. More than a dozen martial emperors of the 9 heavens realm had joined forces, but they were still defeated by Yunxiao. "Humph! Don't be so arrogant. Open your silk scarf feather fan." A majestic force spread out from the feather fan in Lu Chaohai's hand. The sky was filled with stormy waves, and tornadoes and waves whizzed out. Wind and fire wheels. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he cried out, "Wind and fire wheels." The crocodile immediately transformed into the forces of wind and fire, returning to his hand and spinning rapidly. The 2 combined into one, using the wind to start the fire. The strong burning aura spread out, and with a loud roar, it charged forward. Boom, boom, boom! The water dragon and the crocodile collided in the air. Lu Chaohai's pupils shrank. He cast a seal from his feather fan and the water immediately rose up, wave after wave. Bang! The crocodile finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was squeezed to death by the water dragon and exploded. Suddenly, a thunderbolt rushed into the explosion and rose up along the waves. Yunxiao's figure appeared, standing on the top of the waves. His whole body was covered in a transparent light, and the power of thunder and lightning was gathering more and more, turning him extremely fat. He performed a thunder incantation with one hand and smashed down with a hammer in the other. Lu Haichao's face changed drastically as he performed a few incantation gestures with the feather fan in his hand. The wave under Yunxiao's feet immediately transformed into a human figure that kept growing larger and larger. As soon as the head was formed, it roared and was hit by the hammer. Boom! As if thunder had descended from the sky, the water elemental giant's head exploded. A golden Maha ancient text appeared and continued to crush down. The entire water elemental giant collapsed directly, but the power of the lightning did not decrease and continued to bombard Lu Chaohai. Lu Haichao's face was ashen, but he didn't panic in his shock. He conjured a spell with his left hand and waved the feather fan in his right hand, which became transparent and emitted a jade-green light. Then he welcomed the thunderbolt. Boom! Long! Long! As the thunderbolt struck down, the force inside became stronger and stronger, like the waves in the Yangtze River pushing the waves in front. Each wave was fiercer than the last, and thunderclouds were formed on the feather fan. This was the power of the thunder art that Yunxiao had cultivated. Every time he fused a new element of thunder and lightning, not only would it purify the element of the thunder and lightning, but it would also double the power of the attack. At this moment, he was carrying several types of strange lightning and had poured them all into the hammer. The power of the hammer was directly superimposed to 18 bolts. Crack! Lu Chaohai's pupils contracted. To his horror, he found that his feather fan had cracked. Bang! That penetrative feather fan profound level weapon was instantly shattered and the skeleton broke into pieces and scattered in all directions. The feathers flew all over the sky and the entire time seemed to have suddenly quieted down. Under the thunderbolts, the flying feathers were like the morning of death. Boom! As soon as the feather fan was broken, the thunderbolt landed on Lu Chaohai's body, bearing the last two strongest thunderbolts. Boom! Lu Chaohai's hair was blown away. His long hair flew in the air and danced wildly with his white clothes. A stream of blood flowed out of his mouth. Yunxiao took a deep breath, and his eyes were also filled with shock. This was the first time he had used the thunder art after fusing with the 9-in absolute thunder, and its power was far beyond his expectations. According to the thunder art provided by Lu Jianba, even 18 layers should not have such overwhelming power. He looked at the thunder hammer in his hand. Its color seemed to have changed. Before, it was black like a big piece of iron. Now, when he looked at it carefully, there seemed to be some green patterns on it. The power of the thunder art was so abnormal, it should have an inseparable relationship with this hammer. The martial artists around them were all stunned. They suddenly took a deep breath and kept retreating. Fear spread uncontrollably in their hearts. Even the 6 stars martial sovereign, Lu Chaohai, could not withstand his thunder godlike attack, so how could they still have the heart to fight? After holding on for a while, Lu Chaohai finally coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was greatly weakened. He looked at Yunxiao in shock and anger, his eyes full of unwillingness. A 6-star martial emperor had been defeated by a 1-star martial emperor. No one would be willing to accept this. Lu Huafeng was even more dumbfounded. Piu Jinshan was also extremely frightened. He seemed to have realized what he had done wrong, and this mistake might bring him a fatal consequence. His legs were somewhat weak. "Don't underestimate me. You're courting death," Lu Chaohai roared in anger. His roar shook the surroundings. Emperor Qi burst out of his body and condensed into a transparent giant spirit behind him. Like him, the giant spirit put its palms together and slapped forward. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "Since you've lost, what's there to be unwilling about? Martial arts drift far away. You're just a grasshopper." He made a hand seal, and a black shadow appeared behind him. It turned into a true devil giant spirit, and it also pressed its palm down. Boom! Although the giant spirit behind Lu Chaohai was huge, it was nothing but a dwarf in front of the true fiend Dharma idol. When the two palms collided, the demonic chi corroded the emperor chi of the 9 heavens in a frenzy. Finally, it broke the palm of the other party and pressed down fiercely. Boom! Lu Chaohai was sent flying by the true fiend Dharma idol's palm. Blood spurted out of his body as he landed in the distance. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture in the air, and the true fiend Dharma idol immediately faded and eventually disappeared. The people in the surroundings suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately turned into rays of light to escape from this place. Even if they stayed for another minute, they felt that they would collapse. Xianxia retracted all his primordial energy. His face was as calm as water, as if nothing had happened except for his slightly pale face. He raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Huafeng in the distance. Lu Huafeng's body trembled. His eyes were as cold as water, and he couldn't help but tremble. He immediately teleported to escape. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down and locked the space in all directions. He was shocked to find that no matter how he tried to use his spiritual power to attack the space, he could not move an inch. Holding the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud mirror in his hand, Xianxia walked over step by step and said coldly, "Where did my sword go?" Lu Huafeng's body trembled uncontrollably. He was not afraid of death, but the fear in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. As an alchemist, he suddenly realized that Xianxia was launching a spiritual attack at him. In his panic, he suddenly raised his head and saw a pair of blood-red eyes, which were shining with a demonic light. As a peak 8th-tier alchemist, he suddenly lost his mind and gradually lost consciousness. "Where's my sword?" "At the Patriarch's." Xianxia frowned and said in a cold voice, "As Fengling City's city lord, the Lu family is one of the top families in the world. How dare you covet a 9th-tier profound armament from me?" "That's not an ordinary 9th-tier profound armament," Lu Huafeng said in a daze. "It's the legendary sharp blade, the cold sword Frost." Xianxia frowned and said, "You know about this sword, too? Or do you know his background?" Lu Huafeng's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, but he still replied honestly, "Yes, this sword was once owned by my family's ancestor. There are records of it in the ancient books." "What?" Xianxia was taken aback. The answer was too surprising. Lu Huafeng's body trembled at this moment, and all kinds of expressions appeared in his eyes, as if he was trying to break free from his restraints. Xianxia's face paled, and cold sweat broke out on both sides of his temples. It was extremely difficult for him to control an 8th-tier alchemist with his ability, but Lu Huafeng had just finished refining a furnace of turtle snake purple jade pills, and his soul power had been greatly damaged. Coupled with the fact that he had lost his mind due to the shock of Lu Huafeng's strength, he had been struck by the eye technique. At this moment, his control was getting weaker and weaker. In addition, his mind had trembled a little just now, giving the other party a chance to break free. If he forcefully controlled it, he might still be able to control it for a period of time, but if his soul power was exhausted, it would be too dangerous for him. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately released the restraints and the moon pupils in his eyes disappeared. As soon as Lu Huafeng's control was released, he immediately took 3 steps back in shock and teleported 100 meters away, turning into a ray of light and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, apart from the few corpses on the ground, there was no one else in the forest. This place was not far from the Lu family. Xianxia knew that trouble was coming, but he had never been afraid of trouble. He also turned into a bolt of lightning and chased in the direction of Lu Huafeng. He had to get that cold sword of ice back. At this moment, he was even more curious and wanted to know what the records of this sword were in the Lu family's ancient records. With his lightning speed, he quickly caught up to Lu Huafeng and followed him from a distance. They entered a row of gorgeous buildings that looked luxurious in the entire Fengling city. This must be where the Lu family was. He could vaguely see people moving around the clan, and there were more and more of them, as if they were being mobilized. Lu Huafeng teleported inside and flew to a courtyard beside the hall. Soon, Yunxiao saw more than a dozen beams of light shoot up into the sky from the Lu family and fly toward the small forest. They were probably going to capture him. Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. He did not want to have any conflict with these inexplicable aristocratic families at all, but he had no choice but to resist when he was being bullied. He followed Lu Huafeng into the courtyard. Although it was remote, it had a rare tranquility and holiness, and a faint fragrance. At a glance, Yunxiao could tell that a high-grade alchemist must be living here. He immediately borrowed the demon dragon's soul power and hid in the void. As expected, Lu Huafeng stopped in front of a small house, tidied his clothes, and said respectfully, "Father." After a moment, an old voice came from inside. "How is it? Did you catch him?" Lu Huafeng's face turned red and he said in embarrassment, "No, I didn't." Lu Chaohai also made his move, but he still failed in the end. "What?" The old voice was filled with shock. The door opened with a creak, and an old man with a hunched back slowly walked out, his face full of wrinkles. Lu Huafeng immediately bowed to the old man. It was his father, Lu Nanxi. Lu Nanxi's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "How can it fail? The poison pill can't be broken without the strength of a high-level martial supreme." Lu Huafeng lowered his head and said, "That Li Yunxiao ate all 3 pills as if he was not poisoned. I don't know what's going on either, but I'm sure he has eaten them." Lu Nanxi's wrinkled face became even more wrinkled. She said coldly, "This matter is related to Lord Patriarch refining the ice sword, so we can't make any mistakes. Now Lord Patriarch is in seclusion. Immediately order all the experts under my command to capture that Li Yunxiao. If they can't do it, kill him without mercy." "I just saw Lord Shu Bao rush off with the powerhouses," Lu Huafeng said. "Lu Chaohai is still lying in the forest, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Many martial supreme powerhouses have also died." He frowned and said, "That Li Yunxiao's strength is beyond our expectation. Even if we can kill him, I'm afraid many of our family's experts will be killed or injured. Isn't the price too high?" "It's not big at all," Lu Nanxi said firmly, and his voice was trembling with excitement. "This is the cold sword frost, the legendary sharp blade. I didn't think I would be able to see it in my lifetime. As long as Lord Patriarch can completely refine the cold sword frost, then our Fengling city's strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire eastern region." "Top 3? Is it really that powerful?" Lu Huafeng was shocked. If that's the case, why would Yunxiao be willing to pawn it? Besides, it's been in his hands for so long, but I don't think he's anything special. Humph! How would that brat know the method to unseal this sharp blade? At most, he would just treat it as an ordinary profound level weapon and hack and kill it. He's really casting pearls before swine. He should be killed, Lu Nanxi said angrily. The most hateful thing is that even I can't break the seal on the sword. It must have been refined by him. Now, we can only let him break the seal himself or kill him. Otherwise, it'll be extremely difficult for our clan leader to refine the sword. Lu Huafeng said worriedly. I don't think this matter will go so smoothly. I've been feeling uneasy all this time. At first, I thought that I was going to break through to the 9th tier alchemist, and I was secretly happy for a while. Now that I think about it, it turns out to be a sign of this matter. Lu Nanxi frowned and said, Don't let your thoughts run wild. It's only a matter of time before you reach level 9. Then, the family will be guaranteed to continue to prosper. I'll be at ease. After Lu Nanxi finished speaking, her heart suddenly jolted. She seemed to have noticed something and suddenly shouted, Who is it? Who had the guts? How dare you eavesdrop in front of this old man? Lu Huafeng's face also changed drastically. One of them was a 9th tier alchemist and the other was a peak 8th tier alchemist. Their divine senses were both extremely powerful, and how many people in the world had the ability to eavesdrop? Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared in the direction Lu Nanxi was staring at. He looked at the two with a smile and said, I'm very interested to hear old Mr. talk about the method to unseal the ice sword. Li Yunxiao. Lu Huafeng was shocked and quickly stood in front of his father. There were only the three of them in the courtyard now. He suddenly remembered that all the experts in the family had been mobilized. Cold sweat trickled down his back. "You are Li Yunxiao?" Lu Nanxi was much calmer. She pushed Lu Huafeng, who was standing in front of her, away and looked straight at Yunxiao. "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters." Yunxiao smiled. "I don't have time to listen to your flattery, old sir. Those stupid birds who went to find me might come back soon. Old sir, you'd better tell me the method to unseal the ice sword." "Humph. Although young Master Yunxiao is quite powerful, he's not worthy of cold sword and frost." Lu Nanxi sneered coldly with contempt. The smile on Yunxiao's face remained unchanged as he said, "This is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, old sir." "You coward!" Lu Nanxi felt extremely frustrated. But he was also clear about the current situation. Since his opponent could defeat Lu Chaohai, he could definitely kill the two masters in an instant. He was silent for a moment before his tone changed. "Young Master Yunxiao, please calm down. Anything in the world can be discussed. We just happen to need young Master Yunxiao to unseal the frost on the cold sword. The price is negotiable." The smile on Yunxiao's face gradually disappeared as he said coldly, "Old sir, do you not understand what I'm saying? Don't tell me that people's intelligence also decreases when they get old. Do you want me to knock your head a few times with a hammer to remind you?" The thunder hammer appeared in his hand. He held it in his right hand and walked forward step by step. The thunder and lightning crackled on the hammer. Lu Huafeng's expression changed drastically. He had seen the power of this hammer with his own eyes. He was so frightened that he quickly stood in front of his father and threatened, "Don't mess around. This is the Lui family. You'll die a terrible death if you mess around." Lu Nanxi's face was also dark as he said, "Everything in this world has a price. Can't young Master Yunxiao try to offer a price?" "Give me Noah's ship," Yunxiao said. Lu Nanxi's face twitched, knowing that the other party had no intention of talking at all. Meanwhile, Yunxiao came over with the hammer. He could tell at a glance that the hammer was extraordinary, and he was a little scared as well. Since young Master Yunxiao wants to hear about the matter of the cold sword and the frost, then let's be quiet. Sure enough, Yunxiao stopped in his tracks. The hammer in his hand suddenly grew to 3 feet long, and he stood in front of him. He placed both hands on the hammer and said, "Old sir, please tell me. If I'm not satisfied, this hammer will grow bigger and come crashing down on its own. Also, don't try to stall for time. Even if experts come, I can directly take the two of you as hostages. I just wonder how your relationship with the Lu family is." Lu Nanxi and his son's faces were extremely dark. With such a short distance, it was indeed very easy for Yunxiao to catch them with his means. Lu Nanxi coughed a few times before she said slowly, "Although this icy sword was not forged by my Lu family's ancestor, it has a deep relationship with our family and has been in our hands for a long time. However, it has been lost for some reason." Cough, cough. Yunxiao coughed heavily and interrupted. "It seems that old sir's IQ is not enough. What you said doesn't seem to be what I want to hear, right? I'm not interested in your family history. Just tell me the method to unseal the ice sword." Lu Nanxi's face was filled with anger. No one had ever spoken to him so rudely in so many years, but he still understood that he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He said angrily, "In any case, the two of us can't escape from your grasp. Could it be that you're afraid that I'll say a few more words to delay time? Besides, you should be interested in the origin of the cold sword and the ice frost, right?" "All right," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll let you have it this time." Lu Nanxi trembled with anger at his overbearing attitude. However, she was helpless. She glared at him and continued, "A long time ago, the continent wasn't divided into 4 territories as clearly as it is now. At that time, the 100 races were established, and although humans were the largest branch, they didn't unify the world like now." Yunxiao frowned. He knew about that era, which could be traced back to hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the era of multi-race coexistence had also crossed hundreds of thousands of years. It was at that time that all the legends of immortal state experts ended. Lu Nanxi continued, At that time, there was a country called the Snow Country. Not all the living creatures here were human. However, they lived in peace for generations. People lived in harmony. However, one day, a powerful and evil existence appeared in the capital out of nowhere. It was called the Calamity, and it kept devouring the lives of the strong people in the country. At that time, the king, Feng Yaoli, led the strong people under him and fought against the Calamity for half a year. Almost all the martial artists were killed or injured, and a large number of foreign aid that he invited, all of them died in the Snow Country. At that time, a powerful fortune-teller used his lifespan as the price to cast a world-shaking divine art. He let his consciousness enter the torrent of time and peeked into the past and the future. Finally, he found a way to restrain the catastrophe. It snows all year round in the Snow Nation, and the ground is a layer of ice that never melts. Several thousand kilometers below the layer of ice is something called the Eight-God Ice Pistol. It's an item with a low level of intelligence that has been formed from ice crystals over countless years. It's the key to restraining the Calamity. However, in the history of the Snow Nation, the deepest point of entry into the ice layer was only 1,000 miles. The level of the Eight-God Ice Pistol is simply beyond our reach. The clairvoyant also said that only Queen Shuiyen Luo's waterbud body can enter and retrieve the ice pistol. Although Shuiyen Luo isn't very strong, she's the key to this entire matter. Naturally, she'll enter the ice layer without any hesitation. However, after a long time, she still did not come up. Until one day, when Feng Yaoli was so upset that he was taking a stroll in the palace, the entire palace suddenly froze 3 feet in ice. All the flowers and plants in the snow season died of the cold overnight. It was so cold that even the vital qi could not resist the cold. While Feng Yaoli was in shock, a crystal-clear ice flower slowly bloomed in the sky above the palace. As the flower bloomed, frost covered the entire palace. In the center of the flower was Shuiyen Luo's soul. Only now did he realize that the soul of the ice shoot body was needed to obtain the Eight-God Ice Pistol. Feng Yaoli was so angry that he wanted to take the clairvoyant's life. The clairvoyant calmly produced a sword embryo. He spent decades forging it, but was never able to reach the final stage. He lacked the catalyst to match the sword embryo, and the Eight-God Ice Pistol was a perfect match. Feng Yaoli spared his life and forced him to spend his entire life's effort to finally forge this cold sword, Frost. In the end, Feng Yaoli used this sword to kill Huidou. However, he fell into a state of endless self-blame for Shuiyen Luo, and the cold sword was sealed with frost. The clairvoyant was already at the end of his rope. In order to fulfill Feng Yaoli's wish, he used the power of the frost on his cold sword to once again cast a heaven-defying divine art, allowing Feng Yaoli and Shuiyen Luo to reunite in the passage of time. That was the last time the cold sword, ice, and frost used its power in the Snow Country. 49 days later, the clairvoyant died of exhaustion, and the king, Feng Yaoli, refused to come out of the torrent of time. He would rather be caught up in the turbulence than be with Shuiyen Luo. After that, there was no more news of the ice sword in the Snow Country. The ancestor of my family originated from the Snow Nation, and there were records of him obtaining this sword more than 100,000 years ago. He also left behind the method to unseal it, but it was lost for some reason later on. By the time the story was over, the courtyard was already surrounded by many martial artists, but no one dared to come forward under Lu Huafeng's eye signal. Lu Shubao, the vice-clan leader, led his men around the outside and finally returned to the Lu family after following Yunxiao's trail. He was also staring at Yunxiao with a cold face outside the small courtyard. Yunxiao fell into silence. Later, he knew that the sword had been used by those almighty warriors to suppress the Fiend Lord's clone. Although Lu Nanxi's story was a little outrageous, it could roughly tell the origin of the sword. Now that the story is over, it's time to talk about the method to unseal the seal, right? He asked. Li Yunxiao. Outside the small courtyard, Lu Shubao's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "You've already committed a serious crime. It's not too late to admit your mistake now." Yunxiao smiled in surprise. "Oh, may I ask this, Lord? How can we make it in time? Are you not going to kill me? Or are you going to let me leave safely?" You've killed many of my family's people, Lu Shubao said in a deep voice. It's impossible for you to leave safely. But if you repent now and cooperate with us to remove the restriction on the frost on the cold sword handle, we can spare your life. What's the condition for me to keep you alive? Yunxiao asked. Destroy the Dantian and cripple the foundation of martial arts. LV Shubao said coldly. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and fell on Lu Huafeng's head. What? Lu Huafeng was shocked. He found that the space around him was completely sealed. He watched as the lightning fell and hurriedly drew a sword to block it. Boom! How could he block that lightning? The long sword was directly sent flying and stabbed into the ground in the distance with a clang. His entire body was struck by the lightning and he knelt down in an instant. His whole body was black and smoking. Only the look of fear in his eyes proved that he was not dead. You stop! Lu Shubao's expression changed in shock and anger as he wanted to rush over. Stop! Yunxiao said coldly. Lu Nanqi suddenly sensed a very dangerous aura coming toward her. She was shocked and cried out, Don't come over! He believed that as soon as the people outside entered the courtyard, Yunxiao would kill him and his son first. Lu Shubao stopped in his tracks. Although he was the vice-patriarch, Lu Nanqi was a 9th-tier alchemist who had more power than him. Besides, he could not afford to take the responsibility if 2 great alchemists of the family were killed. A cold look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he said sarcastically, What this man said just now was too scary. My hand trembled and I accidentally hit Master Huafeng's head with the hammer. Fortunately, I controlled my strength in time, but I may not be able to control it next time. LV Shubao was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He said angrily, Hurry up and let go of the 2 masters, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yunxiao smiled. Oh? Then please tell me, what will be the consequences? He looked as if he was listening to something new. Lu Shubao was at a loss for words. No matter how serious the consequences were, it was only death. The other party didn't look like he was afraid of death. Words couldn't threaten him at all. What do you want in order for you to let us go? Lu Nanqi was also annoyed. A cold sword, ice and frost, Yunxiao said indifferently, and a way to unseal it. No. Lu Nanqi refused flatly. The ice sword used to belong to you, but it belonged to the Lu family a long time ago. The method to unseal it is a top secret. Even if you kill us father and son, Lord Patriarch will not give you these 2 things. He said coldly. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, In that case, it's useless to keep you and your father alive. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his hammer. Lu Nanqi was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. She waved her hands and said, Wait, I'm just guessing. Maybe the chief will agree. 2 lines of cold sweat trickled down his face. As the saying goes, the older you are, the more timid you are, and the more afraid you are of death. The people of the Lu family around them were all speechless, but they did not want the 2 great alchemists to die, as it would have a great impact on the strength of the Lu family. Li Yunxiao, Lu Shubao suddenly said, As long as you let go of the 2 masters, the Lu family will let you leave safely, and we will never send anyone to hunt you down. What do you think? Oh? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Oh? Was there such a good thing? I was so excited that I almost swung my hammer. Lu Shubao was so angry that he almost exploded. If he had not just received the news that Yunxiao was being pursued in Red Moon City, he would never have made such a promise. His plan was to let Yunxiao leave and attract the people of Red Moon City to get rid of him, but he did not expect that the other party would not agree to his conditions. Just as he was at his wit's end, a loud and clear howl suddenly rang out. It seemed to come from all directions, causing the entire ground to shake. Yunxiao was horrified. Under the sound, his eardrums hurt, and the blood in his body surged. A ray of light descended rapidly from the sky and landed in the small courtyard. Yunxiao was extremely vigilant. He took a step forward and covered Lu Nanqi and his son in his attack range to ensure that he could control the hostages. Lord Chief, Everyone cried out in surprise and revealed looks of great joy. Lu Shubao also heaved a sigh of relief. With the clan leader around, everything would be easier to handle. The responsibility on his shoulders would not be so heavy. The man was dressed in purple, with an imposing appearance and an extraordinary bearing. He was Lu Ziyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family. With a cold and arrogant look on his face, he stared at Yunxiao and said, "Is it the seal you placed on the ice sword?" "What?" Yunxiao dug his earwax and said, "Why do you sound so annoying? It's truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger, not knowing what the word death means," Lu Ziyuan said coldly. Boom! Yunxiao's hammer struck down, and with a flash of lightning in the air, Lu Huafeng was knocked down to the ground, lying in the courtyard. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Lu Ziyuan and everyone else were dumbfounded. "I've told you," Yunxiao said lazily. "I can't stand being scared. If I do it again, I won't be able to control my trembling." Lu Ziyuan's expression immediately turned dark and cold. He raised his right hand and a cold light flashed. The cold sword of ice directly stabbed into the ground. Perhaps it was because they had heard the story before, but everyone felt a chill. A trace of mockery appeared on Lu Ziyuan's face as he mocked. "The sword is right in front of you, but do you have the guts to take it?" After Lu Ziyuan obtained the ice sword, he listened to Lu Nanxi and absorbed the power of the clouds to break the restriction on it. However, he failed in the end. At this moment, his desire to kill Yunxiao was stronger than anyone else. But the Lu family could not afford to lose two great alchemists. As long as Yunxiao came forward to take the sword, he was confident that he could trap him with one move, and then his life and death would be completely in his control. Lu Shubao also understood Lu Ziyuan's thoughts, and his elemental energy slowly fluctuated, ready to protect the two great alchemists at any time. Naturally, Yunxiao saw through their thoughts, so he said with a faint smile, "Why wouldn't I?" He put away his hammer and grabbed Lu Nanxi's neck with one hand. He walked forward and pulled the ice sword up from the ground, then put it back into his body. "You, the Sing Luo. You." Lu Ji's vital qi jumped as he said angrily, "How shameless!" "Shameless?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Shameless? Are you trying to scare me again?" His fingers dug into his flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Lu Nanxi's face turned pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. "Stop!" Ruthlessness flashed through Lu Ziyuan's eyes as he said angrily, "Now that you have the sword, can you let him go? Is there a way to unseal it?" Yunxiao laughed. "Is there a way?" Lu Ziyuan said coldly, "That unsealing method seems to have nothing to do with Lord Yunxiao, right? It's a secret of the Lu family, so I'm sorry I can't tell you." "My cold sword and frost have nothing to do with you," Yunxiao said coldly. "My lord, do you? How did you guys take so long?" Lu Ziyuan's face alternated between green and white. He was already beyond angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, here you go." He casually threw out a jade slip, which turned into a stream of light and flew over. Yunxiao had been sentenced to death in his heart. Even if he wanted all the property of the Lu family, he would give it to him without a word. As long as he saved the two great alchemists, he would kill them and take it back immediately. Yunxiao placed the jade slip on his forehead and touched it. He immediately knew that it was genuine, and he was overjoyed. "Haha! Clan leader Lu is indeed loyal and straightforward. You're really a role model in the martial arts world." "Shut up!" Smoke came out of Lu Ziyuan's forehead as he pointed at Yunxiao and said, "You've taken everything, so release her immediately." "Don't be impatient," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I've taken everything, but can you promise that you won't make things difficult for me if you let her go?" Lu Ziyuan laughed from extreme anger and said coldly, "What do you think?" "In that case, Master Nanxi is my life-saving charm," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "I want him to escort me out of Fengling City." "In your dreams." The aura on Lu Ziyuan's body directly pressed over as he coldly said, "That's impossible." "Oh? In that case, Lord Clan Leader Lu is bent on killing me?" Yunxiao did not show the slightest fear when talking about life and death. He was so calm that Lu Ziyuan could not help but look at him in a new light. Lu Ziyuan dispersed the anger in his heart and gradually regained his calm. Lord Cloudsky isn't a fool, and there are some things that I don't need to say clearly. If you want to leave Fengling City alive, it's not impossible. As long as you return Cold Sword Bing Shuang and release the 2 Grandmasters, I can make the decision to let go of everything that has happened and let you leave without any injuries. That means there's no room for negotiation, Yunxiao said. I'm sorry. The atmosphere suddenly became fierce, and both sides were quickly calculating in their hearts. Lu Ziyuan's strength seemed to be at the peak of a 7-stars martial emperor, and he shouldn't be too far off from Lu Jianbo. With the addition of the rest of the Lu clan, he really didn't have much confidence in being able to retreat safely while being surrounded by everyone. The entire Lu family was filled with people, and there was a faint flash of light in the sky. It was obvious that the city's protective formation had been activated. It was no exaggeration to call it an iron pass. Since there's no more to talk about, Yingluo Yunxiao said slowly in a cold voice, and everyone became nervous in an instant. As long as he hurt Lu Nanqi's life, they would immediately kill him. Then I'll return the 2 masters to you. Eh? What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Lu Ziyuan immediately saw Lu Nanqi's body being thrown at him and immediately shouted, "Stop him!" Yunxiao pretended to be suspicious. While everyone was still in shock, he threw Lu Nanqi out to block Lu Ziyuan, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and broke through the emperor aura pressure of the crowd, fleeing out of the city. Lu Shubao was the first one to catch up, and several sharp sword chi slashed down from the sky. Yunxiao was taken aback. Not only was the sword beam extremely powerful, but it was also faster than he had expected. Could even catch up with his thunderbolt. With no other choice, the thunderbolt had to stop and flash in the air. However, it was only a delay, and 5 colors instantly appeared in the sky, giving off intense light. It was as if a ball of light had enveloped the entire city. Everyone in Fengling City was shocked. It was rare for the city's protective formation to be activated, because very few people dared to act wildly in front of the city lord. Yunxiao's face flickered slightly. In the distance, Lu Ziyuan had caught up in an instant. He knew that it would be troublesome to escape, so he immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot down, hiding in a civilian house. Boom! Just as Lu Shubao was about to give chase, the house directly exploded. Countless thunderbolts shot in all directions, like thunder dragons, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ziyuan caught up in an instant and just happened to see this scene. His expression instantly turned uglier than a pig's liver as he roared, "Seal the city. Completely seal off the city. No one is allowed to leave." The Lu family's order was quickly passed down. Not only was the city sealed, but all the experts above the rank of martial honor were sent out to search for Yunxiao. Each of them was carrying a jade plate with coordinates, and they were to crush the jade plate as soon as they found Yunxiao's trace. On the other hand, Lu Ziyuan flew back to the Lu residence and entered the small courtyard where Lu Nanqi had been. "How is Grandmaster Huafeng?" Lu Ziyuan glanced at the pitch-black body of Lu Huafeng, who was lying on the bed, his life or death unknown. Lu Nanqi's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Basically, it's not a big deal, but that Li Yunxiao must die." The humiliation he had received today seemed to be more than he had ever received in his entire life. Master Nanqi doesn't need to say anything. I'll definitely peel off this kid's skin myself. He managed to escape just now, but he must still be in the city. I'll have to trouble Master Nanqi to help me search for him. Lu Nanqi immediately took out a transparent crystal ball and shot it into the air. A few runes danced in his hand and rushed into the crystal ball. A ray of white light was emitted from the ball, and the entire house was shrouded in a light curtain. Countless scenes were flashing through it. Lu Nanqi's expression turned ugly as he said, "The crystal ball can sense the auras of all martial supremes and above in the city, but I can't find that kid's aura. He must have hidden it. Don't worry, clan leader. I'll send you the coordinates as soon as I find them." Lu Ziyuan nodded and took out a ball of dry vines, which seemed to be some spiritual grass and roots. He handed it to Lu Nanqi and said, "These are some 10,000-year-old dark spiritual vines that I've collected. They should be helpful for Grandmaster Huafeng's injuries. Although he was the chief of the clan, he was still very respectful to the two high-grade alchemists in the clan, and often sent some supreme-grade materials to them to build a good relationship. After leaving the small courtyard, Lu Ziyuan was also particularly vexed, his expression extremely unsightly. The ice sword was too important. If he could completely refine it, he would be able to fight across stars with his strength as a peak 7 stars martial emperor. After reaching the high-level martial supreme realm, the advancement of each star was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even though he was at the peak of 7 star, he was not confident that he could attain 8 star in his lifetime. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over, and a disciple of the Lu family landed in front of him. He bowed and reported, "Lord Clan Leader, the Red Moon City has sent a few lords." "What's the matter?" Lu Ziyuan frowned. "I don't know," the disciple hurriedly replied. "Those lords said they wanted to see Lord Clan Leader." Lu Ziyuan had just returned from beyond the clouds and did not know that Xianxia was wanted by the Red Moon City. "No, just say that I'm in a certain death pass, and they can do whatever they want." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "It seems that this Fu's face is really not worth much. I beg Lord Ziyuan to meet me, please." Lu Ziyuan's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly came forward to welcome. "So it's Lord Ichuan who has come to our sect. I don't know about the plant essence. I really deserve to die 1,000 times for my crime. I'm in fear and trepidation." He turned to the disciple and roared, "The person who's here is one of the 5 elders of the Red Moon City's parliament, the 8 stars martial emperor super expert, Lord Fu Ichuan. You idiot, you didn't even tell me clearly and caused me to not welcome you. You're really useless." He directly smacked the disciple with his palm and sent him flying on the spot. He said angrily, "If you do not do your job well, stop giving out cultivation resources for 10 years. That disciple was also fucking unlucky. He had been suspended from giving out cultivation resources for 10 years. If he didn't have his own spirit stones, he would basically be useless for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to falling behind others by 10 years. A ray of light landed directly in front of Lu Ziyuan, and within it, several figures appeared. The one in the lead was Fu Ichuan, his face indifferent as he looked coldly at Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan's gaze swept over and was instantly shocked. Those who came were all high-level martial sovereigns. He could not help but feel apprehensive. He did not understand what was going on that required so many high-level martial supremes to be sent over. Could it be that they were going to capture him? The more he thought about it, the more he was shocked. It seemed that there was no other reason that would require so many experts. Lu Ziyuan immediately became alert and asked, "May I know why the few of you have come?" Fu Ichuan saw the look of wariness on his face and snorted coldly. "Can't I just take a stroll when I'm free? It seems that our status is low. Coming to such a big city like Fengling City, we have brought shame to Lord Ziyuan. Lord Ichuan, please forgive me. I was rude." Lu Ziyuan hurriedly said. He made a gesture. "Please come in and talk. I've prepared some small gifts for you." He cried out bitterly in his heart. These people from the Red Moon City were not easy to serve, and he had to pay a lot of blood again. Fu Ichuan snorted coldly, then strode into the main hall of the Lu family with a few people. The 5 people who had followed him were all hall masters of the 4 Extremes sect. They were not familiar with the sects of the eastern region, so none of them spoke. Everything was decided by Fu Ichuan. The 6 of them sat down in the hall, and someone immediately served them good tea. Each of them was also given a storage bag which contained many good things. The 5 hall masters of the 4 Extremes sect took the storage bag and scanned it with their divine senses. Immediately, they had mixed feelings. Although the 4 Extremes sect was extremely powerful, it was still a chamber of commerce organization after all. They had to do business with others. Every time, they would send gifts to curry favor with the forces of various cities and ask for their care. Now that they had entered the Red Moon City, everything was reversed. Fu Ichuan, who was used to this, had no idea that a red packet would trigger their emotions. He said to the 5 of them, "This pursuit is the first order given by Old Master Tang since he came to power. We must do our best to complete it." Although I've had little contact with the five of you before, we'll be a family in the future. I hope everyone can help each other. I will. Even though they were not used to having Fu Yichuan lead them, the other party was, after all, someone stronger than them. Furthermore, they could earn a lot of money from this trip and were respected everywhere. The five of them felt extremely comfortable. After waiting for the tea and courtesies to be over, Lu Ziyuan walked in from outside. He cupped his hands and smiled apologetically to the few of them. This time, I was really too impolite. My lords, please don't blame me. Fu Yichuan replied indifferently. When we entered the city, we saw that the city's defensive formation had been activated. The entire area was also under martial law. Compared to Lord Ji Yuan, it's understandable that he's also in an emergency. AI, it is indeed a headache. Lu Ziyuan asked, I just heard a few Darren talk about the mission of this time's hunt. If you're not pursuing someone, why would you trouble the six lords? He was indeed shocked. The six people in front of him were all high-level martial sovereigns. In the entire Spirit Abundance City, only he and Lu Shubao were at that level. Could it be that Lord Ji Yuan didn't receive our orders? Fu Yichuan asked with a frown. Lu Ziyuan was stunned and immediately cursed in anger. What are these bastards doing? Although I've been in seclusion all this time, the order issued by the Red Moon City is the most important thing, and they actually didn't inform me. I'll definitely take care of them later, Fu Yichuan said indifferently. So Lord Ji Yuan is in closed-door cultivation, no wonder. You don't have to blame your subordinates. It's not a big deal after all. He immediately took out an order and threw it in front of Lu Ziyuan. According to our tracking, that Li Yunxiao seems to have fled to your city. When Lu Ziyuan saw the message, his expression instantly changed. Fu Yichuan took in his expression and asked suspiciously, What? Has Lord Ji Yuan seen this person before? Lu Ziyuan kept the order and hesitated for a moment before saying, To be honest, I activated the city protection to capture this person. He has stolen a very important item of the Lu family. He must be caught. That's right. Fu Yichuan was overjoyed. So, that Li Yunxiao is still in Fengling City? Lu Ziyuan nodded. That's right. I have a presumptuous request. After capturing this person, how about handing him over to my Lu clan to deal with for a while before bringing him back to the Six Lords? Fu Yichuan stroked his beard and laughed. Of course you can. You don't have to bring him back. Lord Ji Yuan only needs to kill him in front of us. However, he rolled his eyes and said, When Yunxiao fought in Red Moon City, he revealed that he had more than a dozen ninth-tier mystic artifacts. Maybe he has more good things. How could Lu Ziyuan not understand his meaning? He cursed in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles as he said, Other than the things he stole from us, everything else will be handed over to Lord Yichuan to deal with, including his life. Yunxiao's background was mysterious, and Lu Ziyuan had always been a little uneasy. Now that the people of Red Moon City had come forward, things would be easier. He would just take the cold sword, Ice Frost, and let them kill Yunxiao. If it was found that he really had some powerful backer in the future, Red Moon City would step in to stop him. Therefore, the people from both sects were extremely satisfied and smiled at each other. I've already asked Master Nanshi to use the exquisite instrument to monitor the entire city. If there's any unusual activity, he'll immediately report to me. The few sirs can just rest here. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ziyuan nodded. After turning into a bolt of lightning and fleeing in Fengling City, Yunxiao immediately retracted his aura and changed his appearance slightly to blend into the ordinary crowd. The sky began to be filled with experts, monitoring every street. For a time, people were in a state of panic and all kinds of rumors were spread. I heard that the Lu family's patriarch was cuckolded while he was in seclusion. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of your head. How can you believe these baseless rumors? It's true. I have a mole in the Lu family. Otherwise, what else could cause the Lu family to go to such great lengths? Be careful of what you say. Don't get me involved. Oh, right. I heard that the person who cheated on you is a milk boy with excellent kidneys. Really? Come. I have good wine at home. Let's drink and talk. Yunxiao was speechless. It had only been less than 10 minutes, but all kinds of rumors had already spread. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the city and let these Lu family people be nervous for no reason. After thinking about it, he found a random inn to stay in, took out the Divine Realm tablet, and flew into it as a ray of light. He first arrived at Mount Fangtsuan. Looking from afar, a faint mist rose up, as if shrouded by clouds. He nodded to himself, proving that Yuan Gaohan's progress was smooth. If he could cultivate directly to the 9th rank as a soul, it would be an amazing thing. A soul without a physical body was like a tree without roots. It was already very lucky to be able to maintain his cultivation, not to mention stepping into the last realm of the art. Even if it was not unprecedented, it was very rare for people to achieve it. With a change of thought, he appeared in the sky. With a flip of his right hand, the cold sword of ice appeared in his hand. There were some strange runes and circles of lines on the sword. Yunxiao sneered. These were all the means Lu Nanxi had set up in an attempt to break his restrictive spells. With a light touch of his left hand, he immediately removed all those means, and a transparent light immediately emanated from the sword, crystal clear and shining with a cold light. He took out the jade slip with his left hand and placed it on his forehead. He began to read it one by one with his spiritual sense. There was a lot of information in the jade slip. It not only had a simple description of the process of making the frost sword, which was almost the same as what Lu Nanxi had explained, but it also explained in detail the formation, evolution, power, and usage of several rules of heaven and earth. It also talked about how to condense these rules into words and make them into a short sentence to seal the power of the frost sword. Yunxiao was taken aback. Wasn't this process of condensing the laws of heaven and earth into characters just like the ancient characters of Maha? His eyes revealed extreme shock and ecstasy. This was the only jade slip that recorded the formation process of the Maha ancient text that he had found so far. Its value was immeasurable. Perhaps the Lui family didn't know about the existence of the Maha ancient text and thought that it was just some seal symbols. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over such a precious material. The value of this record was even higher than that of the cold sword frost. Yunxiao was sure that if the Lu family brought the information about the condensing process of the Maha ancient text to the Sea of Soul Formation, the Sea of Soul Formation would definitely be willing to help them refine another cold sword. Frost. Suppressing the excitement and shock in his heart, he read the information one by one, and his face gradually became serious. After a long time, he took the jade slip down. His entire person was dumbstruck, standing in the air without moving, as if he had fallen into deep thought, and his brows seemed to be locked. The process of condensing rules into words recorded in the jade slip seemed to be impossible for human power. It seemed that there was a special and unique technique, but there was no mention of this technique. The fortune teller from the snow country really has some background. Judging from the process of condensing the frost sword, this person can actually activate the torrent of time and peer into the past and the future. At first, I thought it was nonsense, but now it seems that it is true. Yunxiao's face was filled with shock. He knew a little about divine divination, and Duanmuyoyu, who was one of the 10 martial emperors with him, was one of them. But even he was not as mysterious and powerful as the diviner from the snow country. If one could really peer into the past and the future, wouldn't the world be in their control? Yunxiao frowned and said to himself, "There must be something more to this. Can't be that simple. Otherwise, the calamity would not have brought disaster to the snow country, and the fortune teller would not have died." According to the information in the jade slip, even if the beast hadn't reached the level of 10 true spirits, it was not far from it. After sorting out his emotions, Yunxiao raised the sword in his hand and poured a stream of primordial energy into it. Immediately, a cold light bloomed and fell on the ground like frost. Through the sword, there was a faint reflection of sunlight, and a chill seeped into his skin. It was as if he could see the coldness of the 8-god ice pistol. Swish! A sword beam flashed in the air as Yunxiao performed a few incantation gestures with his left hand and sent them into the sword. Thump! Dong! Every time it hit, it made a clear ding-dong sound, like water dripping between rocks or a spring in the forest. Yunxiao's every move was extremely slow, as he focused his attention on observing the changes in the seal on the sword. After a few moves, the first Maha-ancient character finally emerged from the sword and slowly rose into the air, emitting a dazzling golden light. The Maha-ancient character represented the firm rule. The strong was unyielding. The deduction of this rule in the jade slip emerged in Xianxia's mind. Piercing through the fourth earth, for the fifth earth, for the third solid, for the fourth earth ruins. The firm and unyielding laws of the sky were all contained in this word. Boom! Another ancient Maha character popped up and gradually enlarged on the sword. It was the sharpness of rules. The sharp, and bright. From the sound of gold to the kiss of a sharp beak. It implied that the rules of the world's sharpness, and courage were all in this word. As the ancient Maha characters flickered, the aura on the cold sword became stronger and stronger. The color of the sword gradually turned transparent, and a small pattern could be vaguely seen inside the sword, like a bud waiting to bloom, slowly blooming as the ancient characters were unraveled. Xianxiao's face grew more and more solemn. Not only did the sword exude a very strong cold intent, but even he, who had been refining the sword with his heart, felt that the cold air was irresistible, and a chill went straight to his heart. The inextinguishable golden body emerged and shot out beams of golden light, repelling the cold light on his meridians and physical body. Xianxia was both surprised and delighted. He had only seen such a bone-chilling cold in Beiming Dark Palace, which was the most precious treasure of the Beiming family, the Outworld Dark Stone. However, the Outworld Dark Stone had the property of extreme Yin, which was extremely evil, while the Frost Sword was purely cold, extremely cold. Thump! Dong! The last two Maha-ancient characters popped up one after another. They were the ice and frost of the rules. Ice was formed by water, and it was colder than water. Frost, the heavens kill. The dew was condensed. The soldier's saliva was born from the ground, and the thin cold air formed frost. Xianxiao stared at the ancient character of Maha and tried to understand what was written in the jade slip. Dikuan, the 6th day of the new year, walking on frost and ice. When you walk on frost and ice, Yin begins to condense. Taming its Tao, the most solid ice mayfly, there were a total of 9 Maha-ancient characters in the sword, and they were all unsealed. An extremely cold will filled the air. A thin layer of ice had formed on Xianxiao's body, and with every breath he took, he breathed out white air. His entire body was shrouded in a white mist. Not only was it bone-chilling cold, but it was also sharp as if it could break hair. Just holding it in his hand was enough to make one's heart turn cold. Out of all the profound level weapons he had seen in his 2 lives, only Yu Shengfeng's dark wheel was sharper than this. From then on, there was no other weapon that could compare. It's indeed a peerless sword. However, this sword gives me an ominous and fierce chi. Perhaps I'm overthinking, the demonic dragon said. Xianxiao's heart was filled with joy. As a peerless swordsman, he was more attracted to swords than other profound level weapons, and he could not bear to part with them. Hearing this, he laughed indifferently. Which peerless divine weapon isn't a great disaster? It's just that its sharpness and frost are exposed, so I can't fully control it. It's very difficult to use it with the peak rank 8 soul power. Xianxiao played with the frost sword for a while, then took it back into his body and suspended it above his dantian, refining it with the Divine Realm tablet. With his exceptional cultivation and understanding of profound armaments, he could use any 9th-tier profound armament once or twice in his hands. However, it was just that he had a lot of them and he was not proficient in them. Each of them could only unleash a small portion of their power. Otherwise, he would have been able to dominate the world with his world-shaking treasures. After doing all this, he came out of the Divine Realm tablet. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed since he had comprehended the 9 characters. He changed his clothes and dressed up as a young master. He held a folding fan in his hand and began to swagger out into the streets. Fengling City was much quieter now. Everyone seemed to be used to the martial honors flying around in the sky. Every few hundred meters, they could see a martial honor flying above them, looking around with blazing eyes. Xianxiao was surprised. It seemed that Lu Ziyuan was determined to kill him at all costs, and had basically mobilized all the strength of the Lu family. However, these 3 days, the merchants in the city were only allowed to enter, but not leave. All kinds of news were constantly sent out through voice transmission devices, among which there were many businesses from the 7 major forces of the Merchant Union. After all, Fengling City was one of the main cities in the eastern region, and the number of people passing through it every day was astonishing. A delay in the delivery of goods for a day would cause a great loss. Finally, on the 3rd day, the General Commerce League's headquarters directly sent a letter of doubt to the Lu family, saying that if they couldn't give a reasonable explanation, they would send experts to Fengling City to guide and smooth things over and protect the interests of the General Commerce League in the city. Lu Ziyuan immediately felt great pressure. The city was already in a mess. If the Merchant Union sent experts to interfere, the situation would be even more out of control. He hurriedly discussed the situation with Fu Yichuan, but Fu Yichuan's attitude was that they could not open the city. They had to withstand the pressure from all sides and capture Yunxiao before they could stop. On the 4th day after Fengling City's population pressure increased, the situation finally changed. A major event that shook the entire world happened. An urgent order came from Red Moon City, telling them not to stop the teleportation between cities. At the same time, Fu Yichuan and the other 6 people were to return to the city as soon as possible. There was also an urgent letter asking the Louis family to send people to Haitian Town. Lord Clan Leader, now that the teleportation channel has been opened, all strangers must find a reliable person to vouch for them before they can leave. The flow of people is a little slow. An elder in charge of the passageway reported the current situation. It will take about 10 days before the normal population flow can be restored. Let's do it as we are now. Lu Ziyuan nodded. Tell those forces in the city that if they vouch for a stranger and cause Li Yunxiao to run away, they'll kill their entire family. Clan leader, what about the urgent letter from the Red Moon City? All of our men are searching for Li Yunxiao now. Lu Ziyuan glanced at the golden paper in his hand and sneered. The sea race has stationed troops on the coast of the East Sea and intends to attack Haitian Town. How can our Spirit Abundance City manage such a big matter? But since the Red Moon City has given the order to send experts from the cities of the eastern region to support them, we can't openly ignore the Red Moon City's face. Let's send 2 low-level Marshal Supremes and 10 Marshal Honors. Isn't this Zhenjin a little too perfunctory? Lu Shubao frowned. What do you mean by perfunctory? This is a matter of war between 2 races, so it should be shouldered by the people of the world. Why should my family be the vanguard? Lu Ziyuan said coldly. If the strength of Red Moon City can't handle it, we'll only be cannon fodder no matter how many people we send. It's more important to find Li Yunxiao with all our strength. At the mention of Yunxiao, Lu Ziyuan's face was covered with a layer of frost and extremely gloomy. Yunxiao strolled around Fengling City alone for half a day, but he could not find a way to leave. So he decided to return to the inn in boredom. He did not care anyway. At most, he could cultivate in the Divine Realm tablet for a year and a half before coming out. He did not believe that the Lu family could keep such a close watch on him for a year. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly looked up and saw a member of the Lu family who was monitoring the surroundings. It was actually Piyu Jinshan. Piyu Jinshan also had the strength of a 2-stars martial emperor, and no matter which force he joined, he would be given a great position. The Lu family had also forced him to join them with threats and promises, and now he was also part of the team searching for Yunxiao in the city. Humph! Yunxiao snorted coldly, and his eyes grew colder. Piyu Jinshan had suffered unspeakable hardships in the past few days, and he had not gained any benefits. Besides, he could not find anyone to refine his mystic artifact. Lu Nanshi had promised him that he would help Yunxiao refine it after he found him, but Yunxiao was not so easy to catch. If he could catch him and kill him, everything would be fine. Otherwise, he would always be a major threat to Lu Nanshi. Therefore, he had been more active than anyone else in the past few days, but he still found nothing. Just as he was feeling dejected, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. In his shock, he turned to look at a street. There was a man standing in front of a restaurant signboard. his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking at him coldly. Li Yunxiao. He was so shocked that he almost cried out. His conditioned reflex was to crush the positioning jade pendant in his hand. However, in an instant, he felt a pain in his head as soon as he held the jade pendant in his hand. Then, he lost consciousness. In the courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Nanqi was cultivating with her eyes closed in front of the crystal device. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "There's a situation!" He felt an extremely powerful mind power suddenly explode, and then it disappeared in an instant. The strength of the mind power was not at the 9th rank, but it was not far off. He hurriedly cast a spell into the crystal instrument, and the coordinates of the place where the spiritual power burst out just now were immediately transmitted to the rhythmical essence. Lu Ziyuan, who was currently discussing with his clan members, had a sudden change in expression. Without a second word, he turned into a ray of light and shot out of the hall's sky, heading in that direction. But by the time he arrived, Yunxiao had already walked into a nearby restaurant, ordered a pot of good wine, and sat there to drink slowly. From time to time, he looked out of the window at the growing number of experts of the Lu family, a mocking look on his face. Where is he? Lu Ziyuan's face was as dark as cold iron, hard and cold. The people around were all terrified, and one of them hurriedly said, "Just now, Lord Pu Jinshan was still patrolling this space. I saw him suddenly fly down, and just as I thought it was strange, I saw Lord Clan Leader rush over, so I quickly followed him. It only took me a few breaths." Lu Shubao and the others also arrived in an instant. After hearing it, they felt that it was incredible and said, "So, you're saying that Li Yunxiao took care of Pu Jinshan in just a few breaths and retreated with ease?" "Impossible," Lu Ziyuan said coldly. "Master Nanshi's message is that he has found an extremely strong mental fluctuation, but there is no fluctuation of essence energy above Martial Supreme. Pu Jinshan must have been attacked mentally and lost his ability to resist. He must have been either hidden or killed by Yunxiao. A spiritual attack that can make a 2-star martial sovereign lose his mind instantly?" LV Shubao said in horror. "How strong is it? Perhaps only 9th-tier alchemists could do it. Is this boy really a 9th-tier alchemist?" When he thought of this and Yunxiao's talent, he suddenly felt extremely terrified. Now that the entire Lu family was treating such a monster as an enemy, if they couldn't completely eliminate it this time, it would be difficult for the Lu family to have a foothold in the entire heavenly martial realm in the future. Lu Ziyuan also thought of this and instantly felt especially irritated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since that brat has restrained his essence force, he won't be able to go too far in a few breaths. Seal off the area within 1,000 meters and check everyone one by one." "Yes." His subordinates immediately scattered and sealed off the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This immediately caused panic in the area, and no one knew what the Lu family was going to do. Lu Ziyuan looked at the people below who were running around like ants and said coldly, "There are only a few thousand people here. I can let them out one by one, and I can also kill them all without any trouble. Do you think you can escape?" His voice spread out, directly reverberating through the 1,000-meter radius. When it reached everyone's ears, it immediately caused them to panic and cry out for mercy and innocence. Yunxiao also frowned in the restaurant. Lu Ziyuan was quite smart to have guessed that he had not gone far. Moreover, the thousands of people within 1,000 meters were indeed ants in the eyes of a peak 7 stars martial emperor, who could be easily killed. Lu Ziyuan coldly looked down at the people begging for mercy and said, "The person who is going to kill you is called Li Yunxiao. Please remember this name, and remember to find him after you become ghosts." Below them were mortals and martial artists. They were all weak and were no different from mortals in the eyes of the Lu family. "Li Yunxiao, come out right now. You'll take responsibility for what you've done. Don't get everyone involved." "That's right. Li Yunxiao, just do me a favor and come out. Come out. Come out. Li Yunxiao, you can't escape anyway. I beg you, just do a good deed. We will all be grateful to you." Everyone was wailing and begging, and it was a mess. The people of the Lu family all stood coldly above, waiting for an order from Lu Ziyuan to use the power of the Great City Protection Formation to blast the area within 1,000 meters into dust. Yunxiao slapped his forehead, feeling a great headache. He had observed the city's defender array, and it was indeed very powerful. It was very difficult to break the array and leave when surrounded by many experts, not to mention that there were 2 high-level martial sovereigns above. A cold expression flashed across Lu Ziyuan's face. He raised his right hand and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, get lost." Boom! Suddenly, a corner of the restaurant exploded, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. The figure in the light roared and punched out. A thunderous rumble struck the teleportation formation. The sky was instantly bent by the pressure and closed in under the wind from the fist. Humph! Die! As soon as the light appeared, everyone from the Lu family attacked. The resentment they had accumulated over the past few days of hard work erupted at this moment. Everyone used their strongest techniques. The entire sky was shattered and countless rays of light bombarded the figure. The ones who made the most powerful moves were Lu Ziyuan and Lu Shubao. Lu Ziyuan shot out a sword light, causing everyone's eyes to be intensely stung. The mortals on the ground instantly cried out in pain as they lost their sight. Lu Shubao, on the other hand, made a hand seal to activate the power of the city-protecting formation, crushing the space in that direction. Countless rays of light gathered from all directions and converged into a light pillar that fell down. Boom! 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 The sounds of all kinds of attacks were constantly heard. The place where the figure was standing had already been struck into darkness. The terrifying void energy was also rolling out, wanting to devour everything. The first to discover that something wasn't right was the rhythmical essence, and cried out in alarm. His sword ray struck the other's body, but it actually produced a metal-like sound of collision, unable to penetrate. In his shock, he quickly scanned with his divine sense and an earth-shaking sound came. The entire Feng Ling city trembled. Not far away, a 10-meter-wide gap had been blown open in the city's defensive array, and Yunxiao was standing below it, with a transparent jade tablet slowly flying back into his hand. Just as Lu Shubao triggered the power of the defender array to attack, the defense of the array reached its lowest point. Yunxiao seized the opportunity and unleashed the strongest power of the world to blast the array open. But the formation's recovery ability was also extremely strong, and the gap of more than 10 meters quickly closed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the spot where they were attacked. They saw gold fly out of the gourd in a beam of light and rush into Yunxiao's body. What surprised them even more was that there were only a few shallow dents on the metal puppet's body, and it was basically uninjured. "I had a good time in Feng Ling City. I'll come here often in the future. Goodbye, everyone." Yunxiao waved his hand with a smile, then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed through the gradually recovering gap. "Damn you!" Lu Ziyuan rushed up in an instant, but his sword only cut off an afterimage. He roared in rage and flew up, chasing after Yunxiao's lightning. The people of the Lu family also felt humiliated and wanted to chase after Lu Shubao, but they were stopped by Lu Shubao. Lu Shubao's face was full of worry as he said, "Just let the clan leader go. It's not much to have you guys. But it's not much to have you guys go either. It's just that." He stopped talking and didn't continue. He just sighed to himself. However, if he couldn't kill this person, he might have already buried a great disaster for the Lu family. After turning into a bolt of lightning, Yunxiao could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Especially after cultivating the thunder art, his speed was only faster than before, and even the blood escape art of the Blood God Palace could not catch up with him. After flying for a while, Yunxiao could not help but be taken aback. To his horror, he found that Lu Ziyuan was closely following him, with his divine sense locked on him and never losing him. This is not logical. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. In the world today, unless one had cultivated to the level of a 9-stars martial emperor, who could really shrink the land into an inch and reach the end of the world, it was impossible for anyone below the level of a 9-stars martial emperor to fly above him. Yunxiao was puzzled for a moment, but he did not dare to stay any longer. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew away again. He had originally planned to find a smaller city nearby and leave through a few turns, but it seemed that he could only continue to fly. After leaving Fengling City, there was a vast land. The realm of heaven martial arts was huge, and there were tens of thousands of miles of land between every two cities. It would take even the most powerful warriors a long time to fly there. It could be barren, desert, forest, or other strange terrains between two cities. In short, very few people would fly directly unless they came out on purpose to train. So, on the road further and further away from Fengling City, only Yunxiao and Lu Ziyuan's two beams of light were pushing forward with all their strength. They chased each other for a long time and were equally matched. Every time Lu Ziyuan was about to run out of energy and decided to give up and stop to rest, Yunxiao, who was in the distance, would stop to rest as well. So, a moment later, Lu Ziyuan would catch up with Yunxiao again, and Yunxiao would run again. The two of them chased each other intermittently and stepped into a huge desert. Finally, Yunxiao made up his mind and stopped in front of him. He landed in the desert and swallowed a large number of medicinal pills while waiting for him. A moment later, Lu Ziyuan also flew down, his face pale. Looking at Yunxiao, who was also exhausted, he said in a cold voice, "Kid, why aren't you running anymore?" It was only then that Yunxiao discovered the secret of the rhythmically essence conveyance light. It was actually a flying mystic artifact attached to his back. It was a pair of wings from an unknown demon beast, covered with layers of black feathers, each of which had a small hurricane emerging from it that blew away the surrounding air. As soon as Lu Ziyuan landed, he kept the profound level weapon wings. Instantly, many black feathers fell from the sky. It was clear that this profound level weapon had been activated to the extreme by him and was rapidly consuming its lifespan. Yunxiao adjusted his breath and said coldly, "What? You're not used to me not running." Killing intent flashed through Lu Ziyuan's eyes as he said coldly, "You can't run away from me even if you run to the ends of the earth. I'll chase you to the end of the world. You'll die sooner or later, so why let yourself suffer before you die?" Yunxiao sneered and said, "You couldn't even do anything to me in Fengling City. What can you do to me in this desert?" "Humph. If you're so confident in escaping, then why did you stop? You haven't reached your limit yet, have you?" The two of them had stopped and chased each other several times, so they knew each other's consumption and recovery speed. "Of course not," Yunxiao said coldly. "I stopped just to kill you." Lu Ziyuan was taken aback. Looking at Yunxiao's look of confirmation, he could not help laughing and said, "Ha! Ha ha! What did you say? You want to kill me? Ha ha! Say it again. Did I hear you right?" He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Yunxiao's eyes were as cold as ice. He pointed at the man and said, "I said, I want to kill you, minion." Silence. Apart from the rustling hot wind, the entire desert was extremely quiet. Lu Ziyuan's smile was completely gone, and his face slowly turned cold. He stared at Yunxiao for a long time before he said, "Good. You dare to call me a minion. It seems that you have really made up your mind to fight me?" "It's a little hard to make up your mind," Yunxiao said indifferently. "If you hadn't been chasing me so closely, we could have had fun together. No matter what trump card you have that prompted you to fight me, I can't help but admire your courage," Lu Ziyuan said in a condensed voice. Yunxiao's determination had indeed surprised him. In his opinion, as long as Yunxiao kept running, he still had a great chance of escaping, but he had given up and chosen to fight to the death, which had almost no chance of winning. Yunxiao just wanted to give it a try. In any case, he could continue to escape if he could not defeat the other party. After all, the other party was the head of a family who had ruled Fengling City for tens of thousands of years, and it was impossible for him to not have a few powerful trump cards. For example, the Wing Profound level weapon full of wind rules was an extremely rare item. Only God knew if he had other treasures. If he had really made up his mind to fight, he would definitely exhaust his opponent's energy and then summon all the hatchet men in the Divine Realm tablet. The odds of winning would be far greater than what he was seeing now. Just like that, the two of them were locked in a stalemate in the desert. They were both doing their best to absorb Yuan Qi and recover their energy. Lu Ziyuan wanted to delay the battle a little longer because he had a higher cultivation base, more primordial cores, and a faster speed of breathing in and out the primordial chi of heaven and earth. When he saw Xianxia standing still, he could not help but feel secretly happy. But after a while, he was shocked to see that there was a faint layer of white mist around his opponent's body. It was a sign that the spiritual energy was turning into liquid. Western Zhou was continuously gathering spiritual energy into dragons and pouring them into his body. It was no longer breathing in and out, but swallowing them like a whale. This Ing Luo, he was completely dumbfounded. Now he finally understood why every time he stopped, he would only recover a small part of his body before the other party started to escape. He had thought that Xianxia was too eager to escape, so he ran away as soon as he recovered a little. But now he knew that he did not leave until he had fully recovered. Damn it! Lu Ziyuan roared furiously, and a sword ray condensed at the tip of his finger and slashed out. He didn't know why he was so angry. Perhaps it was because he realized that the other party's cultivation technique was far stronger than his own. Xianxia snorted coldly as he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot up from the desert, breaking the spatial seal brought by the sword beam. Then, his body of lightning materialized in the air, turning into a big fat man condensed of green light. He grumbled and roared, then smashed the hammer in his hand down. Boom! A flash of lightning bloomed under the hammer, and the lightning turned into a pillar of light that fell down. The ancient Maha word of the law of thunder appeared in the pillar of light and continued to press down. Wherever it passed, the lightning gradually turned into a faint purple. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He found that the hammer's power was getting stronger and stronger, and this time, there was even a flash of purple light in the green lightning. This made him ecstatic, and his heart was beating wildly. Purple thunder was the highest form of thunder, and when it evolved to the extreme, it was the legendary Supreme Purity Jade Palace Purple Mansion Nirvana world-destroying divine thunder, which could directly obliterate earth, water, fire, wind, and destroy the world. Lu Ziyuan's expression also changed drastically. Sensing the extraordinary aspects of this attack, he hurriedly drew out a treasured sword, formed a sword seal, and raised his hand to meet it. An extremely sharp sea of swords emerged from the tip of the sword. Boom! 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 Although it was only a single strike, the thunderous sound of the thunderbolt continued to ring out. Lu Ziyuan's expression became extremely unsightly. The power of this attack was far beyond his expectations. What made him even more shocked was that when the Maha ancient word landed, it was surrounded by purple light, giving him an extremely ominous feeling. He suddenly increased the power of the sword chi in his hand, and the sea of sword chi suddenly grew larger against the overlapping forces. Boom! The purple light fell and stacked on the last bolt of lightning. Lu Ziyuan only felt his arm shake so much that he lost all feeling, and the treasured sword trembled even more intensely, emitting a wong-wong sound of fear. The entire sea of sword chi was suddenly penetrated by the purple chi and exploded into pieces. An extremely dazzling light spread out in a circle above the tip of the sword, shooting toward the vast desert. For a time, a sandstorm rose up, and the entire world was swept up by a hurricane, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Lu Ziyuan finally understood why Lu Chaohai, a 6-star martial emperor, had been killed by him. The power of this Thunder Dao art was not far from that of a high-level martial emperor. In the midst of the endless slaughter, he calmed down and roared as he combined his sword and body. A sword chi soared into the sky and directly split the yellow sand. From a distance, one could only see the dust-filled earth being split into two by the sword light. After Lu Ziyuan slashed out with his sword, more than half of the energy he had just recovered was consumed again. He looked around for Xianxia in shock and anger. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone in the sky, and the Divine Realm tablet fell down like a small mountain. Lu Ziyuan's expression was extremely unsightly. The pressure from the Divine Realm tablet was extremely great. He suddenly took a deep breath and held his sword in front of him. A sword ring suddenly appeared and surrounded his body. One sword snow engulfing blue paths. As the long sword danced, the sword ring moved up and slashed toward the Divine Realm tablet. Boom! The Divine Realm tablet lost all its light under the impact of the sword, then returned to its ordinary appearance and flew back into Yunxiao's hand. Yunxiao's face was no better than Lu Ziyuan's. After 2 moves, his opponent was unscathed, and he knew that the battle could not continue. Looking at the furious Lu Ziyuan, he grinned and said, "Let's just continue running." A thunderclap rang out, and Yunxiao had already fled 100 meters away in the form of a bolt of lightning. You coward!" Lu Zi's entire body trembled with yuan qi. The black wings behind him spread out, and with a flap, he disappeared from his spot and chased after them. One after another, they ran and stopped. This continued for more than 10 days before they finally saw a city ahead. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He went straight into the city and mixed into the crowd, and Lu Ziyuan could do nothing to him. Lu Ziyuan, who was behind him, also saw the city appear in front of him. He had a different feeling and looked anxious. He flapped his wings even more, but he could only watch as Yunxiao fled into the city. Then, an extremely strong mental power cut off his lock, and he disappeared. Lu Ziyuan directly flew to a few hundred meters above the city. Other than his face being pale, it was dark to the point of turning green. He also knew about this city. It was called High City, and it was not ranked in the entire eastern region. However, many merchants gathered here because there was a special and unique product here called the Heaven Jade Silk. It was a silver-white silk spat out by a heaven jade spider and was an extremely rare alchemy material. Lu Ziyuan's consciousness swept across the city and instantly turned into a ray of light and flew down. It was the teleportation area of Upper High City. Many people came and went, and the teleportation was carried out in an orderly manner. This was only a small teleportation point, but it could reach a few nearby cities. "Hey, friend, if you want to teleport, please line up." A person in charge stepped forward and called out to Lu Ziyuan. The Lu Ziyuan didn't pay any attention to him, only raising his hand and smacking at the transfer array. The wind from the palm was like rolling thunder. The entire teleportation array and those people who were about to be teleported out were instantly turned into dust. A huge black pit appeared in front of everyone. That person in charge was instantly stupefied, and everyone was unable to react for a long time. By the time they recovered their senses, they had already lost the trace of the rhythmical essence. 1,000 meters in the air, Lu Ziyuan sat cross-legged, holding an essence core in his hand as he began to regulate his breathing and recover. As long as the teleportation array was destroyed, Yunxiao would be discovered when he left the city, and there would be nothing to worry about. If he had the ability, he could stay in the city for the rest of his life. At this moment, Yunxiao, who was in the city, was also looking up at the sky and thinking, "I'm not going to let you go. If you have the ability, then sit in the air for the rest of your life." The fact that the teleportation formation in Upper High City had been destroyed by an unknown person immediately caused a huge uproar. Several major forces in the city sent people to investigate, but the highest cultivation level was only a low-level martial honor. How could they find anyone? They were all busy. Yunxiao, on the other hand, found a random inn to stay in. His top priority was to recover his primordial energy. Lu Ziyuan thought his recovery speed was too terrifying. All along the way, he had escaped after recovering half of it. How could it be so easy to completely resurrect with full blood and demons? After checking into the inn, Yunxiao went straight into the Divine Realm tablet. At this moment, Piu Jinshan, who had been taken in by him, was still in a daze. He was flying across the earth, constantly exploring the environment, trying to figure out where he was. Piu Jinshan's biggest suspicion now was that he had been under an illusion. Thinking of the other party's alchemy level, it was normal for him to be under an illusion. However, more than 10 days had passed, and there was still no change in the situation, which made him feel extremely desolate. If this illusion had been performed in Fengling City, it would have been impossible for it to not be discovered by the Lu family after so long. He had been flying for more than 10 days and had not seen any signs of living beings. He could not help but gradually feel despair. Suddenly, a beam of light gathered in front of him, revealing Yunxiao's true body, who was staring at him coldly. Piu Jinshan was shocked and hurriedly became alert, but he still couldn't help but tremble and say, "Lord Cloud Sky, I was also forced to do so. You're a magnanimous person and will let me off. Let you go. I don't have time to talk to you. Scum, Xianxia snorted coldly. I still have to cultivate after I kill you. He pointed his finger down, and instantly, a sword ray slashed down in the air. The power was unparalleled. Piu Jinshan was greatly shocked. That sword strike was definitely going to shatter his body and bones. In his despair, he cried out miserably, "Don't kill me! I have a treasure to offer to Lord Cloudsky." His heart had sunk into a bottomless abyss, and the sword beam was already right in front of him. Even if Xianxia wanted to let him go, there was nothing he could do to save him. He closed his eyes in despair. This was what he had brought upon himself, the punishment he had to suffer. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Piu Jinshan slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. The sword beam was nowhere to be seen, and Xianxia was watching coldly from not far away. He was extremely shocked. That domineering sword light was definitely real. He had already felt the sharpness of the sword chi. He had never been so close to death before. But he was still alive? He couldn't believe it at all. After checking himself a few times, he found that he was indeed alive. This made him even more nervous, and he had a great fear of Xianxiao's divine ability. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Cloudsky, for not killing me. Piu Jinshan shivered and started to express his gratitude like a frightened little bird. Xianxia frowned and said in a cold voice, I didn't kill you just now because you said you had a treasure to offer. Were you lying to me? To Piu Jinshan's horror, he felt a boundless pressure just from Xianxiao's frown, as if the clear sky had suddenly become dark clouds, and he felt unspeakably uncomfortable. It's true. It's true. I'm not lying. He was shocked. You're a waste of my time, Xianxia said coldly. One more word of nonsense and you'll die. Piu Jinshan was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly said, The treasure I'm talking about is the profound level weapon I wanted Lord Xianxia to refine for me. It's called the 5 Elements White Fish. I watched a few shows of The Voice of China midway and ended up a little late. I'm currently in 4th place. I want to charge. What? Xianxiao's face turned cold. You're playing me, he said. Piu Jinshan jumped in shock, feeling that a single thought from the other party could turn him into ashes. He hurriedly said, No, really no. I know that Lord Xianxia has a lot of precious treasures on him, but that 5 Elements belly white fish is definitely a treasure worthy of your possession. Xianxiao's face returned to normal as he said coldly, Tell me, what's worth it? If you can't convince me, I'll feed you to the fish. He pointed his finger in the air, and the crocodile's body appeared above the two of them. It also became huge, like a cloud floating in the sky. Piu Jinshan was dumbfounded. So he was feeding the fish to this crocodile. He felt cold all over and wiped his sweat. Lord Xianxia has also seen the refining recipe of the 5 Elements belly white fish. It has all 5 elements and can be used for both offense and defense. It is not only an offensive profound level weapon but also an array weapon. I wonder if Lord Xianxia has heard of the elemental barrier? Nonsense! Xianxia shouted. The 7 strongest elemental barriers: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mist, snow, and frost. Back then, the throne had once studied how to combine the 7 strongest enchantments into one, but the results were unknown. In addition, when he was in Tianshui and training on Chonghua Island, Xianxia had also learned the method of setting up a rain enchantment from his opponent. Piu Jinshan hurriedly said, That's right, Lord Xianxia is indeed knowledgeable. The wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, snow, and frost are 7 types of supreme wards, but these 7 major elements are all evolved from the 5 origin elements of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. Since there are 7 types of supreme wards in the world, has Lord Cloudsky ever thought that there is also a ward of origin of the 5 elements? What? Xianxia frowned. Are you saying that your fish-shaped mystic artifact is used to set up the barrier of the 5 elements? Haha, of course not. Piu Jinshan seemed to have forgotten about the environment he was in. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The origin barrier can only be set up with the power of the origin. That kind of thing does not exist in this world. My 5 elements belly white fish imitates the power of the 5 elements and opens the barrier of the 5 elements, layer by layer, deducing and deriving from each other. It is endless and unbreakable. Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, "You think I'm an idiot? I saw the recipe clearly. Where did the 5 elements enchantment you mentioned come from?" Only then did Pu Jinshan realize the situation he was in. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly said, "That's because there are 3 steps to refine this 5 elements belly white fish. What I showed Lord Xianxia was only the first step of refining the artifact. As for the second step, I intend to do it myself. I'm not talented, but I can be considered an expert in array." "Oh!" Xianxia gave him a surprised look, which was beyond his expectation. "What about the third step?" Pu Jinshan's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a bitter smile. "The third step is to embed the most suitable tool soul into the 5 elements belly white fish. Can be said to be the most crucial step. It requires a great opportunity to find a tool soul suitable for the power of the 5 elements, and I happened to get it by chance." Pu Jinshan had already completely admitted defeat, and all he wanted was to save his life. He didn't dare to hide anything. He took out a round glass bottle from his storage tool, and inside it was a gray, flat fish that was swimming around. Upon closer inspection, the fish didn't have a physical body, but a soul. Xianxia frowned. This fish looked almost exactly the same as the profound artifact that Pu Jinshan was going to refine, and he had never seen such a fish before. Pu Jinshan saw his confusion and explained, "This fish is called white joy fish, and it exists in the deep sea. Its ancestor is also one of the true spirits, but it is not very famous. It is very rare for it to have all 5 elements and develop in a balanced way. It is most suitable to be the weapon spirit of this thing." Xianxia was a little tempted. "Sounds good to you. I will spend some effort to help you refine that profound level weapon. If the effect is not as good as I expected, your life will also be in danger." Xianxia disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a nervous Pu Jinshan. In fact, when Xianxia heard that he was a master of arrays, he had already thought of sparing his life. After all, he had a skill that might come in handy one day. With his current strength, this person was not a threat at all. After that, he began to cultivate in the sky. For the past 10 days, he had been chasing and stopping, which was even more exhausting than fighting to the death. 3 days later, he was finally full of energy. He could faintly feel that his strength had improved a lot. Xianxia took out the recipe of the 5 elements white fish and carefully read it again. After making sure that it was correct, he summoned the cauldron of mountain and river and let it slowly land in front of him. With the help of this cauldron, his success rate was definitely more than 40%. Moreover, he now had the thunder technique, and the Maha-ancient text on the heavenly hammer was condensed from the thunder rules of the heavenly martial realm. The combination of the two was stronger than the heavenly tribulation in the heavenly martial realm, and it could allow a 9th-tier profound artifact to directly undergo the tribulation in the divine realm tablet. The cauldron of mountain and river started to move. All the materials that Pu Jinshan had gathered were poured into it, and he began to refine. In just a day, the fish-shaped mystic artifact was condensed into shape. Xianxia turned into the god of thunder, picked up the hammer, and smashed it down. Under the lightning and flint, a flash of lightning flickered, and the rumbling sound continued. The fish-shaped, profound-level weapon was neither hot nor cold, as it stuttered and swam in a circle in the air. Its shape was neither gold nor jade, as flat as a sword, but wide, like a salted fish hanging up. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia beckoned Pu Jinshan over and pointed at the 5-element white fish in the sky. Pu Jinshan was feeling depressed by himself. He did not know what Xianxia was thinking about, but he suddenly felt a force pulling him, and then he teleported over. This really scared him out of his wits. This godlike ability had left him completely stunned. "What are you standing here for?" Xianxia shouted. "What are you doing? If you can't satisfy me, I'll take your soul and pour it into this profound artifact fish." Pu Jinshan was so scared that he trembled. He hurriedly beckoned in the air and immediately caught the 5 elements white fish in his hand. After carefully observing it, he found that it was much better than he had expected. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts and hurriedly took out all kinds of tools to set up the formation. Xianxia watched quietly from the side. Pu Jinshan's technique was indeed very experienced, and the array disk he used was also very old, obviously used many times. Most of the time, the formation was completed during the refining process. However, if it was a specialized formation tool, the formation master would have to engrave it one by one. In front of Pu Jinshan were stones of various colors, emitting different kinds of power. They were all used to inscribe formations. Golden light appeared on his fingertips as he directly set them up in the air. Yunxiao's attainments in the Tao of arrays were not low either. He watched quietly while pondering in his heart. Those strange stones of various colors could provide all kinds of energy needed for the formation. They were arranged in a certain shape in the air to produce a specific effect. Pu Jinshan struck out a few talismans before pointing in the air. A golden light shot out from his finger and into a blue stone. It immediately emitted a warm color and refracted the finger light to hit another stone. This continued on, and the hundreds of stones of various colors in the air were penetrated by the finger light one by one. They gathered in. Pu Jinshan gave Xianxia a look and explained, "This is a boundary of origin that imitates the 5 elements of metal." Next he, "Shut up and focus on the refining." Although his attainments in the Tao of arrays were not as high as Pu Jinshan's, at least he could understand what he was doing. Pu Jinshan shuddered and hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to make another sound. The huge golden formation in the sky, under the change of his hand seal, directly merged into the sky above the 5 elements belly white, like a golden hoop hanging on it. Then, he changed his hand technique and the arranged stones in the air began to rotate one by one, changing into another arrangement. Pu Jinshan's every move was extremely slow and steady, striving to succeed in one try. Soon, 5 colored halos appeared on the 5 elements belly white fish. His face began to turn serious, and his hand seals became faster and faster. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Although the condensation of the first 5 kinds of barriers was ingenious, he could do it as long as he had the array diagram. But the final combination of the 5 elements, which were mutually reinforcing and restricting, and constantly deducing and combining them was extremely exquisite and difficult, so he was not confident at all. Wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to Tuan Tuan. Pu Jinshan mumbled continuously, striking out an imprint with each strike. Following that, a ring of light flew into the profound artifact, finally forming 5 colored rings that were imprinted into the artifact before gradually disappearing. After doing all this, he still didn't dare to relax. He hurriedly took the profound level weapon into his hand and began to observe it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied expression. Yunxiao frowned. "You have forcibly stacked the power of the 5 elements. Although you have suppressed the conflicting elements for a while, they will burst out sooner or later. Is this the precious treasure you mentioned? Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated." Pu Jinshan was surprised. He did not expect Yunxiao to see through the problem at a glance. He was almost about to cry as he said, "Lord Cloud Sky, my life is in your hands now, so how could I dare to lie to you? The first step is refining, the second step is forming the array, and the third step is the most important." He took out the glass bottle, and the demon soul inside was still shaking. The fish soul of this white fish is the key to this treasure, and it is also the ultimate coordination of the power of the 5 elements. Pu Jinshan held up the glass bottle and slapped it in the air. The fish soul immediately swam out, seemingly extremely unwilling, but it had no choice. Under the suppression of the seal, it swam towards the profound level weapon and disappeared in a flash. The moment the fish entered the profound level weapon, the entire 5 elements light shone. A formation light suddenly opened, and the world changed instantly. With a thought, Yunxiao sensed that the array had enveloped an area of thousands of miles, and the so-called Bailu fish soul seemed to be very happy. swimming around in the eye of the array and absorbing the power of the 5 elements. I'm in an extremely bad state today, so I only have 1 chapter. I'm sorry, everyone. It's a success. It's really a success. Piyu Jinshan seemed to be in disbelief as well. He spread out his divine sense and felt the energy fluctuations within the formation. This array was now connected to his mind and spirit. The surging power was like an undercurrent in a calm sea. As long as he changed his hand seal, it would set off a storm. Piyu Jinshan's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, and he clenched his fists tightly. Rings of subtle yuan qi were raging on his fist wind, and his eyes flickered a few times before he finally calmed down. He gradually let go of his hands and sighed inwardly. At first, he thought of using the array to break free from Yunxiao's control, but Yunxiao's unpredictable ability had left him with a lingering fear. After a few thoughts, he decided to give up. Yunxiao naturally saw all this, but he did not point it out. This formation is indeed majestic. I wonder how powerful it is. Piyu Jinshan said confidently. This formation is only the core. Even if a high-level martial emperor is trapped inside, it'll be difficult for him to escape. If we have time to set up an outer formation, we can combine the inside and outside, and even thousands of soldiers can be trapped inside. Oh? Since it's so powerful, I'd like to give it a try. You can use this formation to attack and trap me. I want to test its power. Yunxiao said casually. Piyu Jinshan's heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, his palms were covered in sweat. He nervously guessed that Yunxiao had discovered something, but his blood began to burn, and he was gradually overjoyed. This is Yunxiao's own doing. It'll be best if he can be killed, but it's not his fault if he can't be killed. Let's get started, Yunxiao said. Drive the array's strongest power and attack for 3 rounds, then turn the defense to the maximum. I'll break the array. Yes, Piyu Jinshan responded loudly, and his figure suddenly began to move. His magic arts were like butterflies dancing in the garden, shuttling around his body and constantly entering the surrounding void. The atmosphere in the entire formation changed. The calm sea began to surge under the push of power, and waves began to rise. Yunxiao stood quietly in the array. The array was in his divine realm tablet, and all the power of the 5 elements in heaven and earth that it could mobilize was under his control. Unfortunately, Piyu Jinshan did not know that. He even excitedly mobilized all his power and slowly directed it around Yunxiao, making him the center of the attack. In order to prevent Yunxiao from discovering the great power of the array and changing his mind at the last minute, he did everything in secret, thinking that he had done it without knowing it. Finally, everything was ready. It was like the moment before the storm, extremely depressing. Yunxiao was also surprised. The power of the undercurrent was already above his estimation, and it had definitely reached the level of a high-level martial sovereign. Lord Cloudsky, it's starting. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Piyu Jinshan's eyes. With a loud shout, he produced a ray of colorful light from his hands and sent it into the formation. Yunxiao suddenly felt the space around him explode, as if an endless force was pressing down on him, trying to destroy everything. He slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the flow and operation of every stream of power in the array. What? Piyu Jinshan couldn't help but cry out in shock, and his face was completely deformed. Under the mighty force that had reached the level of a high-level martial sovereign, Yunxiao, who was at the center of the attack, was unscathed, and he was even meditating with his eyes closed. He suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Such a strange and unreal phenomenon had appeared in front of his eyes. A large amount of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and all the fierceness in his heart was swept away. Piyu Jinshan changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and the violent power of the 5 elements in his body continued to stack and generate, each wave higher than the last, as they slammed toward Yunxiao. He still didn't open his eyes. At this moment, Piyu Jinshan began to suspect that what he was seeing was not a real person, but an illusion. But no matter what, he could no longer raise any resistance. He respectfully said, Lord Cloudsky, be careful with your final move. I'll transform into this Levi's atavism true body. He changed his hand gesture and put his two hands together. A ray of green light gently revolved around his fingertips. Xianxia finally opened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. In the space inside the boundless array, a white Lebi fish came down from the sky. Its body was enormous, and the aura it exuded was vague, seemingly strong but not strong. It was just like Lebi's soul, but countless times stronger. True spirit. According to P50, Lebi's ancestor was indeed a true spirit, but how could he return to the true spirit realm? However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. This huge Lebi fish was not a physical entity, but an illusion. However, it made him feel that it was extremely real. Turning the void into reality? This term appeared in his mind again, and he immediately shook his head. Even Tion Si did not possess the power to materialize illusions, but the illusionary figure was truly something that he could not understand. Xianxia raised his hand, and a sword beam condensed at his fingertip. Then he slashed it out. Boom! The Lebi fish was cut in half and the illusion disappeared. The pressure that seemed to be there was also gone. The fish soul in the array I suddenly became a little violent and kept swimming. P50 was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He stood there in a daze, completely losing the ability to think. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a gleam of joy flash in his eyes as he said, "This formation is extremely powerful. With it, we don't need to fear the pursuit of the rhythmical plant essence, and can turn defeat into victory." He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the 5 elements belly white fish fell directly into his hand. He gently wiped away the traces of P50's imprint on it and began to observe it with joy. P50 stood there in a daze, his eyes blinking. Such an unbelievable ability. Would he still be chased by the rhythmical essence? 100 rhythmical plants would have been directly cut off, right? This artifact array is indeed a treasure, Xianxia said. I'm very satisfied with it. Your life is safe for the time being. If there's nothing else, you can stay here and cultivate. He turned around and disappeared. P50 was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. It was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. Xianxia came out of the Divine Realm tablet and went out of the inn. With a powerful array, he could suppress the rhythmical essence even without summoning the Gourd, Little King Kong, and the others. Upper High City was still in a state of panic. Another teleportation formation had been destroyed, and the passage to the outside world was completely cut off. Several forces in the city gathered together and held an emergency meeting. The top priority was to maintain order in the city and send a message to Red Moon City, asking for the alchemist's support to repair the teleportation array. Actually, it couldn't be said to have been restored, because it had been completely destroyed by Lu Ziyuan. Could only be rebuilt. I don't know which wicked person destroyed the passage. It will take several months to recover. Yes, it will take several months for the Lord of the Red Moon City to fly over. I'm so unlucky. We've just been stuck in Fengling City for a few days, and now we're stuck here for a few months. I can't do business anymore. Yes, everyone, don't panic. Now is a critical time. The war between the Sea race and US will start at any moment. The entire eastern region must ensure that the transmission is smooth. I think the Red Moon City will soon send people to repair it. Baoquan City is the main city of the eastern region. In a remote and backward place like ours, we may have to wait even longer. On the way, Xianxia frowned as he listened to the conversation. According to them, it seemed to take several months to get to Red Moon City from here, so it would be very far to go to Haitian Town. He had planned to pack up his rhythmically essence and go directly to Haitian Town. After all, the appointment with Baiming Lifeng and the others was about to end. But now that something had happened in Haitian Town, he didn't know if he could still go out to sea. The reason for this sudden situation was Xiao Hong. It seemed that this battle with the Sea race had to be fought because Xiao Hong could no longer be returned to them. Especially after he saw that Hu Shengfeng had obtained Yu Ishin's body. The power of the Agarine made him feel fear. As he walked, he raised his head and looked at the concealed rhythmical essence 10,000 meters in the air. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a sentence entered his ears. causing his entire body to tremble. "How much is this heavenly jade spider?" At a stall not far away, a man in a brocade robe with a piece of fine jade on his waist was choosing a Xianxia spider from a bunch of cages. Many merchants would sell these spiders to various places, and some people would raise them and collect their spider silk to sell. The brocade-robed man was carefully examining a spider. It was of moderate size, not the best in the entire cage. The spider was the size of a watermelon. Unlike the other spiders, it had green spots all over its body. The man kept tapping on it with his hand, as if he was listening to the sound. The merchant looked at him in surprise and became very respectful to the man in brocade. "This lord is also a martial arts master, right? Although these spiders don't have any offensive capabilities, they are all class 4 demonic beasts. We also need to use special chains to tie them up so that they won't attack people, but even so, they are still unruly and very few people dare to hit them like this. Are there any more of these spiders with green spots?" The man in the brocade robe nodded. The merchant smiled and said, "This green-spotted spider is a mutant. However, the silk it spits out is no different from that of ordinary spiders. It's rarely seen. I'm probably the only one in the entire Upper High City who has one. It's rare, but I can't sell it for a high price. If you want it, you can take 50,000 mid-grade origin stones." The man in the brocade robe threw out 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones without saying a word. He took out a beast-taming item and put it in it. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly saw someone from the corner of his eye and could not take another step. Xianxia looked at the man in the brocade robe and said with a wry smile, "It's really a small world. I didn't expect to see Master Jianbo in this kind of ghostly place." The man was Lu Jianbo, who had lived for a long time. The moment he saw Xianxia, his calm eyes turned into surprise and fierceness, then slowly turned into shock, and then extremely solemn. "You've advanced to the rank of a martial supreme?" "Thank you, Mr. Lu," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'm grateful for your help." A strange expression flashed across Lu Jianbo's face as he said, "Actually, we're friends, not enemies. We can sit down and have a good talk." Xianxia smiled. "If you don't want to kill me, Mr. Lu, we are indeed friends, not enemies. I've learned a lot from the thunder art you gave me." "Oh." Lu Jianbo sized Xianxia up and said, "You've collected 5 types of mutated lightning? It's not that easy." Xianxia shook his head. "There's already a lucky chance to get 1 or 2. He looked at the big spiders in the cages of the merchants on the roadside and laughed. "I didn't expect Mr. Lu to have a hobby of raising spiders." "Humph." Lu Jianbo waved his long sleeves and snorted heavily. "Young Master Yun, can you sell me that iron tear? Although there were some unpleasant things in the past, people always look forward." Xianxia smiled. "Let's not talk about the past. But, although I don't know what the use of iron tears is, at least I cherish them. I want to study them more when I have time." Lu Jianbo didn't get angry. He just said indifferently, "So there's really no turning back? What if I don't?" Xiao's smile faded. "What if I don't?" Lu Jianbo raised his eyes and stared at him. "If I'm not wrong, young Master Yun has a lot of secrets. The moon pupil and the imperishable golden body seem to belong to Gu Feiyang and Ao Chongkong, respectively, right?" Xiao's pupils constricted, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Although he had fewer and fewer taboos now, if his imperishable golden body was discovered, he was afraid that Ao Chongkong would be drawn over, and he would have no way to escape. Lu Jianbo's face was still calm as he said, "I don't want to be your enemy, and I know that there are some methods. But if you think that you can defeat me with this, then you are ignorant." Xiao's face turned cold as he said, "Oh? Whether or not we can defeat them isn't something that can be decided by words." Lu Jianbo pointed to the sky and said, "That person is chasing after you, right? If you can sell iron tears to me, I'll drive him away for you." "I can deal with that man myself," Xianxia said. "There's no need to trouble Mr. Lu. If Mr. Lu really wants that iron tear, you can tell me its use and I might consider selling it. The more mysterious you are, the harder it is for me to part with it." Lu Jianbo's face revealed a look of surprise as he said, Can you defeat the peak 7-star martial sovereign in the sky? It seems that your improvement is even above my expectations. He pointed at the spiders for sale on the street and said, I need the complete body of this monster beast. Originally, I was planning to use this as a replacement if I couldn't find any iron tears, but if you can give me the body, everything will be fine. There are quite a lot of this kind of crab-shell demon beast with many legs, right? Xianxia asked suspiciously, Do you really want that iron tear? Lu Jianba revealed a bitter smile and said, I can't disclose any more details, but if young Master Yun can give me the iron tears, I can give you a great opportunity. Oh, Yunxiao's interest was piqued. Mister, Lu isn't an ordinary person. He's the Xianxia who you call lucky. Lu Jianba hesitated slightly and muttered, I'll have to think about this for a while. First of all, your strength must be at the level of a high-level martial supreme before you're qualified to take on this opportunity. Yunxiao was even more confused. He frowned and sneered. Mister, Lu, you can't be thinking of tricking me of my iron tears, right? Lu Jianba knew that it would be hard to convince the other party with such words. He thought for a moment before saying, Young Master Yun, you've seen a lot. Have you ever heard of the saying, when the natural mode order is out, the martial arts will be gone, and there will be clouds everywhere. Who can compete with you? Yunxiao trembled and cried out in horror. You have a natural mote token. A strange look flashed across Lu Jianba's face. He said, I didn't expect that young Master Yun would know about the natural mote token. Then I won't say anything more. 1 natural mote token in exchange for iron tears. I agree, Yunxiao said without a word. He couldn't be bothered with the street. He threw the iron tear directly at Lu Jianba. Lu Jianba was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly kept the iron tear. As it was too large, it attracted the attention of countless people. However, Lu Jianba was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people passing by all pointed at him and secretly called him a madman. What about the natural mote token? Yunxiao asked impatiently. Lu Jianba got what he had been dreaming of and was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Don't be anxious. I've said just now that you must have the strength of a high-level martial supreme before I can give you this opportunity. The person up there can be used to prove your strength. He looked at Yunxiao's face, which was turning uglier and uglier, and added, I already have the iron tears, so I naturally don't want to be your enemy. But since I can issue a natural mote token, I think you can guess my background. I have to be responsible for each of the owners of the natural mote tokens. Yunxiao's face brightened a little as he said, You'd better not be playing with me, or I'll make you regret it. He immediately turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. Lu Jianba's eyes flashed. He casually grabbed a chair and lay down on the street to enjoy the performance. Rhythmically Essence, who had been cultivating in the sky, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Yunxiao standing in front of him. He was stunned and a little puzzled. What, you've thought it through? Do you want to negotiate with me? Talk about your sister, Yunxiao said coldly. Get up and get beaten. Eh? A question mark filled Lu Ziyuan's mind, and he did not know what was going on. But he could still understand that Yunxiao was going to fight him when he threw a punch at him. Impudent! Lu Ziyuan was furious. He charged up with a roar and the aura on his body spread out, directly destroying the power of that punch and ruthlessly sending it back. Yunxiao held his spirit and qi, holding his hands in front of him to receive the pressure. At the same time, he was secretly surprised, as if he had underestimated the other party's strength. Lu Ziyuan was angered by his inexplicable actions and pounced in the air. One hand behind his back was incomparably arrogant, while the other hand circulated his vital qi and slapped out in the air. Yunxiao cried out as he pushed his palms in front of him and performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. Then he thrust his right palm forward, and his arm turned golden. Boom! The collision of the two forces shattered the surroundings with a thunderous boom. The veins on Yunxiao's arms bulged, and his long clothes rustled. What? Lu Ziyuan and Lu Jianba were both taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yunxiao could actually take his palm strike in the air. Lu Jianba's pupils contracted, and he thought in his heart, as expected, he had an imperishable golden body. How was this possible? Could it be that there was someone else other than Ao Chongkong who could cultivate this cultivation technique? Lu Ziyuan's face turned cold as he added some energy to his palm. With a loud explosion, Yunxiao could not hold on any longer and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Lu Ziyuan arrogantly put his hands behind his back and spun in the air, then kicked Yunxiao, who was constantly retreating, with his foot like a battle axe. This was the contempt he showed to Yunxiao in the fury in his heart. 7 stars was the first huge dividing line above Martial Supreme, and those below it were ants. Yunxiao's face was cold. Just now, it was only his arms that had turned golden, but now, his upper body was shining with a golden light. He quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, and a green dragon shape emerged, roaring and rushing out. Bang! Under Lu Ziyuan's kick, the dragon was instantly destroyed, and the powerful force broke the defense in his palm and jolted into Yunxiao's body. He was sent flying dozens of meters again, a stream of blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. You're courting death, so don't blame me. Although Lu Ziyuan had the upper hand in both moves, Yunxiao's barehanded fight with him had already aroused his incomparable anger. He leaped up, and his body turned into white light that gathered on his palm before he coldly flew down. Since you want to be humiliated as soon as possible, Yunxiao said coldly, I'll grant your wish. He waved his hands in front of him, and the 5 elements white fish appeared. He threw it forward. The tough body of the 5 elements white belly fish actually swayed left and right in the air, like a gray fish slowly swimming forward. Bubbles were even coming out of its mouth. Circles of light spread out from the fish's body, and the colors of the 5 elements turned into circles of light. It was as if fish patterns were distributed on the body of the artifact. Lu Ziyuan's pupils contracted, but he was confident in his skill and boldness. The other party couldn't play any tricks, so he directly smacked a palm on the 5 elements belly white fish and shouted, No matter how many tricks you have, it's still rustling. He stopped mid-sentence, and a surge of power rippled from the fish. The whole world changed. The profound level weapon spun rapidly under the rhythmical essence's palm. The power of the 5 elements generated and derived from each other, constantly stacking up and shaking the rhythmical essence away. He looked around in shock and anger and gritted his teeth. Array tool! At this moment, the fight between the two had attracted the attention of all the people in the city. They all looked up, and when Yunxiao's 5 elements belly white fish came out, it changed the world. All they could see was a hazy light of 5 elements, which kept flashing and spinning. Lu Jianba was stunned for a moment. Then, his face revealed a shocked expression as he muttered to himself, This is a swan and eye? The 5 elements origin barrier? He immediately denied it and shook his head. How is this possible? It should be a type of barrier made by a strange object that imitates the 5 elements origin source. His eyes were extremely sharp and he saw the key point in an instant. Inside the 5 elements barrier, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a strange symbol was cast into the void. Immediately, the power of stormy waves swept over. It was the move that Piyu Jinshan had used to attack him, the power that could tear everything apart. Good! Lu Ziyuan lightly shouted. The sword in his hand flashed and a cold sword appeared in his hand, slashing towards that force. One sword snow engulfing blue pass. The sword chi fell, and a sword ring burst out from his body. The surging power in the surroundings was destroyed as if it were dry weeds and rotten wood. Under the sword ring it was completely shattered, giving off countless shattering sounds that were noisy to the ears. Lu Ziyuan was secretly shocked. The power of this array tool was far beyond his imagination. He gave a light shout and raised his sword. A stream of sword chi shot into the sky. I've just been informed that the double monthly votes period will be held from September 27th to October 7th. If you still have monthly votes, save them for me at the end of the month. Lu Ziyuan's sword light condensed into sword rings of various sizes in the air, spreading out the power of the entire formation. He said coldly, Today, I will kill the number 1 rising star. His sword ray danced in the air several times, and the sword chi was intertwined as if it was drawn by a brush and ink. Then it slashed down. Say! The cold light pierced through the layers of waves and struck directly. Suddenly, a cold aura gushed out of Yunxiao's body, and a dazzling white light condensed in his hand. With a slight shake, the sword energy rushed out, and the whole array was filled with a cold air. Bang! Lu Ziyuan's sword ray was instantly cut apart. His pupils suddenly changed and he cried out, "Ice sword? Did you unseal it?" His tone was full of shock, disbelief, and a deep sense of loss, which turned into an angry roar. He turned around and started to fly in the air. Circles of sword light broke out of his body and circulated around him. Just this continuously increasing sword power was enough to force the formation light away. The rhythmical essence's surroundings were gradually condensed into a white mist color by the sword power. After extreme anger, his killing intent rose. Lu Jianba quietly lay on the chair. His eyes were slightly focused as he muttered to himself, "Li Yunxiao, show me all your strength." Yunxiao's face was expressionless. He tapped a few fingers on the ice sword, unsealing the ancient Maha characters one after another as he lifted the sword up in the air. A sword light split into two, two into three, and three into countless. The sword chi bloomed like a flower bud, and the entire array was filled with sword shadows. Everything in the world was contained in the 5 elements. With his sword will as the guide, Yunxiao turned all the power in the array into sword chi, and with the sword in his hand, he directly unleashed the infinite sword will, filling the entire 5 elements enchantment with sword light. What? Lu Zion was greatly shocked, his eyes revealing extreme shock. The other's sword intent was so strong that it seemed to be above his. Shocked, he rushed up into the sky with the sword in his hand. Sensing Yunxiao's boundless sword intent, the white light around him turned into countless purple lights in an instant and converged into a dragon, which spun around him and looked down. Violet Chi Dragon Guiding Sword Art. Lu Ziyuan shouted and guided the sword in his hand. The purple dragon lowered its head and its body disintegrated in the air, turning into purple sword chi. As soon as the purple shadow sword chi appeared, Yunxiao's boundless sword intent immediately sensed it and began to turn sharp. The cold sword and frost let out a deafening sound, and the entire formation was activated to the extreme. It was definitely out of his control if it continued to develop. Yunxiao's body was covered in a golden light, and if one looked carefully, they would find that it was trembling slightly. With a calm face, he raised the sword high and slashed down. Swish! A long sword slashed through the air. Countless sword shadows shook and formed groups of sword talismans that shot up. For a moment, a rain of swords soared into the sky, and purple shadows shook the earth. Yunxiao and Lu Ziyuan's figures flickered under the countless sword beams, making it difficult to distinguish them. All the people on the ground looked up in horror. They could only see various colors of light rolling like waves, and they couldn't distinguish the sword chi at all. They thought that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky. It was beautiful and gorgeous, but it revealed a soul-stirring pressure, and all of them trembled. Only the warriors who were martial honors and above in the city could sense that there was a battle between the strong. They looked at the rain of swords in horror. It was a unique skill that was completely beyond their imagination. In the sword rain, the sword chi continuously cut through Lu Ziyuan's protective emperor chi and his clothes. Thousands of tiny wounds began to appear on his body. Yunxiao was not any better off. He was extremely shocked. This Lu Ziyuan was indeed not an ordinary peak 7 stars martial emperor. Even with his sword intent driving the cold sword and ice, and the 5 elements barrier, he still could not kill his opponent. However, his inextinguishable golden body suffered very little damage from the sword rain, and it recovered to normal in an instant. It still looked like it was shining with golden light. In comparison, the rhythmical essence seemed to be in a much more miserable state. Lu Ziyuan's pupils contracted as he felt a sense of urgency. Gritting his teeth, he also used his ultimate skill. The sword chi in his hand swept and a purple dragon immediately appeared behind him, immediately turning into the shape of a giant sword. His entire person instantly merged into that sword shape and hacked down from the sky. The whole complicated sword rain was torn apart like a curtain in the sky. Countless sword lights were annihilated and returned to their original form, turning into the 5 elements that filled the sky, like dust that was scattered in the sky. The scene was extremely beautiful, but it was fascinating. Lu Jianbo suddenly stood up, yuan qi surging in his hands, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Yunxiao's sword intent had completely collapsed. If he did not have a stronger ultimate move to take this blow, not only would he be defeated, but he would also very likely be seriously injured and die. He did not want Yunxiao to die at this moment, and just as he was hesitating about whether to save him, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that Yunxiao's face was still as calm as water, without the slightest panic. He just quietly put the sword back and held it upside down in his hand like an arrow drawn from a bow. The cold sword's frost exuded a cold air that was almost tangible, appearing white. Other than the few Maha-ancient characters flashing on the sword, it was dazzling white. Lu Jianbo's pupils suddenly revealed a look of shock. A small green dragon suddenly appeared on the cold sword's frost and kept swimming around the sword. The white light suddenly had a lot of spiritual energy. It was as if the dead sword had suddenly come to life. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. The longer Yunxiao held the sword, the calmer his heart became, and the feeling of power was gradually returning. The connection between him and the sword grew stronger and stronger, especially when the demonic dragon transformed into a sword spirit and entered the sword. The two of them shared their souls to begin with, and they immediately found the feeling of being part of the sword. The dust-like 5 elements in the sky slowly drifted down, reflecting the extreme calmness of his body and heart. The Lu Ziyuan's sword light was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, cutting through everything and flying over. All of a sudden, the 5-colored dust in the sky disappeared. The sky suddenly sank, and the day turned into the pitch-black night. There were only 2 rays of light left in the whole world. What's going on? Why is the sky so dark? The people who were watching the phenomenon in the sky were all puzzled and began to discuss. The experts in the city who were martial honors and above all understood that this was because the martial technique was too powerful and had triggered the world's rules, which was why such an abnormal phenomenon had appeared. Lu Jianbo, on the other hand, had his heart in his throat. He had seen Yunxiao's movements clearly and knew that he was gathering force and sensing the frequency of heaven and earth. He was waiting for the best moment, and as the dark curtain fell from the sky, he knew that he had found the space-time point where the attack had been launched. Sword art, star obliteration. Ice sword, Yunxiao said softly, and the cold sword pierced through the air at an extremely slow speed. However, those experts all knew that it was not the movement of the sword that had slowed down, but the entire world. That sword thrust out and met the sword shape of Lu Ziyuan. The 2 rays of white light finally met in the air. Bang! With a soft sound, the huge sword shape shattered like glass, but the ice on the cold sword also trembled and trembled in the sky. With a single move, the 2 figures in the dark night were shot back, and a stream of blood shot into the sky. Lu Ziyuan's current mood was already indescribable. He, who had extremely high comprehension of the sword path, saw an insurmountable wall in his opponent's hands. That sword that had shattered his sword form seemed to have pierced out the entire world. His mind was instantly heavily injured. The sky returned to normal. Lu Ziyuan's face was deathly pale. He gave Yunxiao a resentful look, then spread his black wings and fled 1,000 meters away in a flash, turning into a black dot. Although he still had the strength to continue fighting, he knew in his heart that he could no longer take back the cold sword and frost. If he continued to fight, it was hard to say whether he would win or lose. That unparalleled sword would not belong to the Lu family, at least in this era. Walala! Yunxiao was also sent flying and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and slid half the street before stopping. All the bricks on the street were lifted up and shattered, and his body trembled violently in the golden light. Pa! Pa! Pa pa! A round of applause was heard as Lu Jianbo walked toward Yunxiao with a smile on his face. Wonderful, An extremely wonderful battle. He had transformed the power of the 5 elements into an infinite sword intent, and the last move was a stroke of genius that could only be encountered by luck. Your power is even higher than I expected. You have the right to take this natural mote command token. The token flew over. Xianxiao's eyes flickered with a gleam of joy as he hurriedly took it. When he looked at it, he found that the token was made of pure silver, without any patterns or symbols on it. It was just a smooth, flat board. Yes, it's indeed a natural mote order. Lu Jianbao's face revealed a strange expression as he said, "Could it be that young Master Yun has seen this medallion before, and can tell the difference between the real and the fake?" A cunning look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he said, "It's not like there's only one natural mote token. What's so strange about seeing it? However, seeing this order, Mr. Lu's identity is self-evident." Lu Jianbao smiled. "I've already gotten the iron tears, and I've also given you the natural mote token. Farewell." "Mr. Lu, do you have a long-distance teleportation technique?" Yunxiao asked. "Can you give me a ride?" "It's just a mid-distance teleportation array. How can it trouble young Master Yun?" Lu Jianbao was surprised. He smiled indifferently and his body gradually disappeared from the street. "Motherfucker! Why are you pretending to be an expert?" Yunxiao cursed in dissatisfaction. It was indeed not a problem to rebuild the teleportation array, but it would take him a lot of time. Suddenly, several rays of light fell from the street. The person in the lead was a burly man with an awe-inspiring presence. The surroundings suddenly burst into a clamor of discussion. This man was the city lord of Upper High City and some of the powerful experts who had shocked the entire city. The city lord quickly walked up to Yunxiao, bowed and said, "I am Mo Kaixian, the city lord of High City." "Greetings, my lord." Yunxiao glanced at them and said, "Quickly prepare the materials for me. I want to re-establish the teleportation formation." The city lord was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered all the materials to be brought here, and all the alchemists in the city were dispatched to listen to Yunxiao's command. 7 days later, the teleportation formation was finally repaired. What made Mo Kaixian smile bitterly was that the teleportation formation only led to a small city near Haitian Town called Blazing Light City. As Yunxiao was in a hurry to go to Haitian Town, he only used a simple one-way teleportation which could save more time. Mo Kaixian was both angry and amused, but he didn't dare to criticize her. He even had to thank her respectfully. But at least some of the problems had been solved. The merchants in the city could leave through Blazing Light City, but they could not teleport back and had to wait for the alchemists in Red Moon City. As a small city adjacent to Haitian Town, Blazing Light City had become the strategic rear at this moment. The whole city was in a tense situation. A large number of people were coming and going, and each of them was a martial artist with extraordinary strength. Many of them had reached the rank of martial honor, and everyone's face was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yunxiao frowned. Had the two races already started a war? Just for a piece of agarine, those sea race people really dared to fight? He didn't know what level of existence this battle was and who was the main force of the sea race. If it was only the royal families of the East Sea, it would be easy to deal with, but if the four seas joined forces, it would be a great disaster that would sweep the world. In order to prepare for the war, the teleportation formation in Blazing Light City had been expanded a lot. It had almost become a gathering point on the coast of the East Sea, and all the cities near the sea could be teleported over at the first moment. Moreover, the teleportation formation that led to Haitian Town was being guarded urgently. No one was allowed to use it. The guards were two martial supreme powerhouses. Yunxiao frowned. It would be a little troublesome if he wanted to go directly to Haitian Town. All the experts who have come to assist in the battle, please go to the City Lord's mansion. There are special personnel arrangements there. Please cooperate with us. Not far away from the teleportation array, there were a few martial arts grandmasters who were constantly shouting and maintaining order. After hearing this, many warriors immediately flew in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Yunxiao took a closer look and found that, in addition to the warriors who were teleported here in groups, there were also many lone cultivators. He also mixed in with the rogue cultivators and deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the level of an 8 stars martial venerable. Blazing Light City wasn't far away, and they soon arrived in the sky above the city lord's mansion. A large number of people gathered in an open space and were arranged in a unified manner. Although it was a unified arrangement, Xianxia still found that there was a difference in treatment. Most of the people in the square were itinerant martial artists below the rank of martial honor, while martial honors were invited into the mansion by special people. Those who came in groups of sects received even better treatment. They were received directly at the teleportation point by special personnel and didn't seem to be gathered here. The square was basically surrounded by itinerant cultivators. At most, there would be 2 or 3 people walking in groups. "Sir, you must be a martial honor. Please come this way." A melodious voice rang out. Xianxia turned slightly and saw a beautiful woman in a light yellow dress flying to his side and asking with a smile, "How did you know my cultivation base?" Xianxia asked, "How did you know?" The woman bowed slightly, nodded, and smiled. The city lord's mansion is equipped with a profound sensing weapon. All the strong people within 100 miles will be sensed by it. As long as a martial supreme comes, we will send someone to welcome them. "All right, you lead the way." Xianxia nodded slightly. The woman was overjoyed and said, "This way please, my lord. My name is Baoxing. I will be in charge of all your matters in Blazing Light City. You only need to give me instructions at any time." They were maidservants who were specially assigned to welcome martial honors and above, and they would be rewarded handsomely with every one of them. Baoxing was overjoyed when she heard that Xianxia was willing to go with her. The 2 of them turned into rays of light and flew directly into the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Rows of corridors extended out, leading to different small courtyards. The entire place occupied a large area. "These are temporary residences built for the martial supremes," Baoxing explained as they walked. "They are for the martial supremes." "Stay!" Xianxia stopped and said with a frown, "Didn't they organize to go to Haitian Town?" Baoxing laughed. "Yes, we are going to Haitian Town, but we have to wait for the arrangements from the higher-ups. Haitian Town is just a small seaside town. Can't accommodate so many people. Moreover, we are afraid that there will be too many people and it will be complicated. Blazing Light City will be the center of all arrangements." Xianxia nodded inwardly. The Red Moon City was not in a mess in the face of danger, and it was organized in an orderly manner. As he continued to walk, he asked, "How's the situation in Haitian Town now?" "It's very urgent," Baoxing said. "The marine race has already launched a major attack, and there are countless small attacks. The entire Haitian Town has almost been reduced to ruins. Now, the experts of my race have set up camp about 15 kilometers away from Haitian Town." When Baoxing saw Xianxia's silence, he thought that Xianxia had a heavy psychological burden, so he immediately consoled him and said, "My lord, there's no need to think so much. Ever since our race retreated 30-some li, we've been at a stalemate. We've never had any large-scale direct contact. I believe that with the arrival of more human experts, the sea beasts will quickly retreat." The maidservants had to be aware of the situation of the battle and the counseling of the people. On the one hand, they had to deal with the various counseling of the martial supremes. On the other hand, they had to counsel them and not let them feel fear. Xianxia nodded slightly, but he did not think so in his heart. He understood the characteristics of the sea race. If the battlefield was in Haitian Town, which was adjacent to the East Sea, the sea race would have the powerful East Sea as their rear and could continuously send soldiers up. However, once the battle was delayed, their advantage of living in the sea immediately became a weakness. Unless they were strong martial venerables or above, once the sea race members stepped onto the continent, their strength would immediately be greatly reduced. Therefore, with the retreat of the human battle line, the other party must consolidate and prepare for a certain period of time. If they launched another large-scale attack, they must be fully prepared, and the battle situation would be unimaginably tragic. "Who is the one leading the battle in Haitian Town?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "Who is the one who is in charge of the deployment in Liaguang City?" Baoxing replied. "The one leading the battle in Haitian Town is Lord Ning Huaishu of the Red Moon City. The one who is in charge of the unified deployment in Blazing Light City is Lord Wenbojun of the Red Moon City. Yunxiao frowned. Both Ning Huaishu and Wenbojun were 8 stars martial sovereigns. It seemed that the war had escalated to this level. In terms of personnel arrangement, Tang Qing was also biased against internal and external parties. The deputy sect master of the 4 extreme sect was arranged to be deployed in the rear, while the original forces of the Red Moon City were sent to the front line to kill the enemies. Baoxing turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, my lord. This time, not only has the entire eastern region been mobilized, but even the Holy Region has been alarmed. They have sent experts to guard the Red Moon City. They might even come to the front line in person." Her eyes were shining as she said excitedly, "It would be great if that was the case. Baoxing would have a chance to see the glory of a saint." In the hearts of all low-level warriors, the Holy Region was a supreme place. Yunxiao's brows furrowed even more. The war between the 2 races triggered by him had probably helped Tang Qing a great deal. With the pressure of a foreign race, the Holy Region would definitely not allow an internal fight in the Red Moon City. At this moment, Tang Qing was the temporary city lord, so he could take the opportunity to clean up the internal enemies through the foreign race and establish his own prestige and status in the war between the 2 races. Now that there were powerhouses of the Holy Region in the Red Moon City, it at least meant one thing, and that was that the Holy Region had recognized Tang Qing's identity as the city lord. Looking at Yunxiao's increasingly worried face, Baoxing could not help but feel a little worried. If the lord in front of him ran away because he was worried, all his rewards would be gone. She revealed a charming smile and said, "My lord, we've arrived. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Yunxiao smiled and did not comment. Baoxing blinked playfully, then took out a bell and handed it to Yunxiao. "My lord, this is my personal bell. If you need anything, please ring it immediately. Baoxing will immediately appear in front of you." Yunxiao took the bell, which was tied with a red string and looked very delicate. Baoxing once again handed over a white jade tablet with both hands and said, "Please input your information, including your cultivation level, so that I can hand it over to the master in charge of the allocation." Yunxiao took the jade pendant and scanned it with his divine sense. All kinds of information were asked in great detail, mainly about the battle, including one's specialty, unique skills, and suitable combat methods. It seemed that Wenbojun did have some talent. In this way, the battle information of all the martial artists could be collected, and the maximum coordination could be made. It was just that this information was every martial artist's secret, and not many people would actually write it in. He filled it in casually. His name was Li Feiyong, an 8-star martial supreme, and his unique skill was good at using the sword. He was suitable for any battle scene. Baoxing received the jade token and said with joy, "My lord, you can cultivate here in peace. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. If we can defeat a strong enemy, the reward promised by the higher-ups will only be more." "There's a reward?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "There's a reward?" Baoxing's body froze for a moment, and he said in surprise, "Ah, you don't know?" "No," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I was too impulsive, and I had the desire to repay my clan, so I came here from thousands of miles away." "Kiki." Baoxing was amused by Yunxiao's words, but at the same time, he was filled with admiration. "Most of the rogue cultivators here are here for the reward. Sir, you're really a good person." He was a good person. Yunxiao smiled wryly. After asking about the remuneration, he found that it was indeed very generous. No wonder so many itinerant cultivators had risked their lives to come here. He dismissed Baoxing and walked into the courtyard alone. These courtyards were built temporarily. They were not big, but they were very exquisite. The furnishings inside were also extremely simple, mainly for cultivation purposes. There was also a large number of supreme-grade primordial stones piled up in the secret training room. He wasn't in a hurry to go to Haitian Town now. Since the battle was so intense, the entire coastline must have been sealed off. Baiming Lifeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to recruit any experts to go out to sea with him. The war between the 2 races had started because of him, so he would pay attention to it no matter what and do his best. Thinking about it again, the last time the sea race launched a large-scale invasion, it was also because of him. It seemed that he was indeed a troublemaker. He was still the same even after changing his appearance. After making up his mind, he didn't think too much about it and started to cultivate in peace. 3 days later, Xianxia, who was sitting quietly in the Divine Realm tablet, suddenly felt a flash of light, and his body trembled. The demonic dragon, who was sharing his soul with him, also opened its eyes from its cultivation. It was overjoyed. His soul power, which had been stuck at the peak of the 8th rank, finally broke through the shackles and began to charge toward the 9th rank and above. At Xianxia's will, all the resources in the Divine Realm tablet rushed to him. The spirit chi had already turned into threads and wrapped around him like a silkworm spinning a cocoon, slowly wrapping him up and condensing into a solid spirit cocoon. 10 days later, the chrysalis finally began to move slowly. It peeled off bit by bit, turned into spirit chi, and dissipated. Xiao's figure appeared, sitting cross-legged with a peaceful look on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as red as blood. His moon-like pupils emitted a strange light, and his pupils suddenly shrank into strange symbols. The surrounding space instantly became dark, and his entire body disappeared in the darkness. From a distance, it was like a black hole, devouring all light. Then, the darkness collapsed and shrank rapidly, turning into a black dot and disappearing. Xiao's figure appeared again, and the look in his eyes returned to normal, but he could not hide his joy and cold pride. With a thought, he returned to the training room. He saw a small pendant hanging behind the door. It was emitting a faint purple light, which was very eye-catching. This was a signal that someone was looking for him. Xiao stood up and opened the door of the training room. 2 jade talismans flew in and fell into his hand. Xiao separated them, and it turned out that they were sent by the same person, inviting him to some party, and the signatures were all from a man named Liang Yuanji. He looked at the time carefully. The gathering was to be held today, at the Raging Flame City's Ju Yuan Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Xiao turned into a beam of light and flew toward Ju Yuan Xian. In any case, he had just broken through to the 9th tier of soul power, so it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in a short period of time. The gathering Yuan Pavilion was located in a corner of the Raging Flame City. It was very secluded and quiet, and in this kind of tense environment, it seemed particularly elegant. He had just turned into a ray of light and landed when a martial artist came forward to welcome him. "This lord, are you invited?" "A man named Liang Yuanji invited me here," Xiao said. "I'm here." The warrior said in surprise, "Lord Yuanji? Then you must be Lord Li Feiyang." Xiao nodded. "Lord Feiyang, please come in," the martial artist said hurriedly. "The lords have already gone in. I was instructed by Lord Yuanji to wait for you here." The martial artist led the way in front. After breaking through the front yard, he could faintly hear the sound coming from the main hall. When Xiao walked into the hall, all the voices stopped, and more than 10 or 20 people in the hall turned to look at him. "My lords, this is Lord Li Feiyang," the warrior hurriedly explained. "Oh!" The eyes of a cultivator sitting at the head of the hall lit up as he hurriedly stood up and greeted with a smile. "Oh, it's Lord Feiyang. I am Liang Yuanji." The moment Xiao entered the hall, he swept it with his divine sense. There were 19 people in the hall, and all of them were martial honors. Liang Yuanji was at the peak of the martial honor realm, and the primordial energy fluctuations emanating from his body were extremely strong. He did not seem to be an ordinary peak martial honor. "Lord Yuanji," Xiao cupped his hands and said politely, "May I know why I have been summoned?" At this time, a middle-aged man with red hair could not help but say, "Lord Yuanji, could you have made a mistake? This kid is so young. Could he be an 8 stars martial supreme? You can't judge a book by its cover. I can see that this kid's Yuan power is restrained, and I can't detect his true cultivation base with my divine sense. Even if he's not an 8 stars martial supreme, I'm afraid he's not far away." An old man beside the red-haired man was smoking from a copper pipe. The red-haired man was in disbelief after hearing this. He said in shock, Even Elder Yen can't tell his cultivation level. Elder Yen glared at the red-haired man and snorted. Is it strange that you can't tell? Everyone's cultivation technique is different, or he may have some treasure on him. Yunxiao gave Elder Yen a look. The smoke exuded a refreshing fragrance that made one's internal organs relax with just a sniff. It was a rare spirit herb. The old man was not simple, either. By inhaling the spirit herb like this, he was breathing in and out primordial energy all the time without any delay. Liang Yuanji laughed and made an inviting gesture, then arranged Yunxiao to sit in a seat closer to the front. There's no need for everyone to doubt it. This is the cultivation level detected by the profound sensing weapon. Lord Feiyang's true strength can only be higher and not lower. What's more, it's rare for him to have the responsibility to take on the rise and fall of the world. Yunxiao's face darkened. He wondered what expressions everyone would have if they knew that he was the one who had started the war between the two races. It's indeed rare. Kid, you have a bright future ahead of you. Elder Yan's eyes narrowed. There was a glimmer in his eyes. The other 10 or so people echoed his words, and their praises were endless. They also wanted to get on Yunxiao's good side. After all, as an individual cultivator, the road of martial Dao was much more difficult than those big sects. It was good to make a few more friends, especially these kinds of existences with a very promising future. Maybe one day they could help him. It's just for a huge reward. There's no need to make it sound so noble. The red-haired man was obviously very dissatisfied. A contemptuous sneer flashed across his face as he turned his head away. Liang Yuanji said indifferently, no matter what their intentions are, it's a good thing that they can step forward in such a dangerous situation. I, Liang Yuanji, admire them from the bottom of my heart. One of the larger warriors said coldly, I, Guan Xingyang, just want to see how those sea beasts are. How dare they attack humans? They really don't know what's good for them. Brother Xingyang's wish will come true very soon, Liang Yuanji said with a smile. I hope so, Guan Xingyang said. But I've been living in Raging Fire City for almost a month, and I haven't received any transfer orders. I'm afraid the Sea Tribe has already retreated. Elder Yen took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled. The smoke turned into some strange patterns and disappeared. He said slowly, if Guan Xingyang was right, then I wouldn't have gained anything from this trip and wasted a month. Lord Yuanji, have you reimbursed me for my travel expenses? Ha ha ha. Liang Yuanji laughed and said, if the sea race is tactful enough to retreat, that would naturally be for the best. If that's the case, I'll definitely apply to the Red Moon City to pay each of you at least 100,000 supreme-grade primordial stones for your hard work. Elder Yen gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Interesting. Everyone was overjoyed. Although 100,000 supreme-grade primordial stones was not a lot, it was still a fortune for poor cultivators like them. Moreover, they had obtained it without putting in any effort. Everyone liked it. Yunxiao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at everyone's happy faces. He knew that he had joined a poor organization, and he would not even bother to pick up 100,000 supreme-grade primordial stones on the ground. My point of view is the exact opposite of Sir Xingyang's. I'm afraid I'll soon be dispatched. Oh? Why do you say so? Liang Yuanji looked surprised and asked, could it be that Lord Feiyang has some news? Everyone was looking at him. Yunxiao smiled and said, there's no news. However, on my way to Zhuyuanxian, I discovered that the atmosphere in the city was even more tense than when I came to Blazing Light City. It seemed to reflect the pessimistic situation ahead. Liang Yuanji's expression turned serious as he nodded. Lord Cloudsky's careful observation is indeed admirable. Now that you've mentioned it, I've also noticed it. Yes, one of the warriors said. I also found that there are more and more temporary cultivation grounds for martial honors, and they are all full of people. With that said, the atmosphere in the hall became a little heavy. Everyone was here for money, but they had to ensure their safety first. If the war was too tense, no one would throw away their lives for money. Liang Yuanji said, everyone, there's no need to worry too much. Although the sea race is powerful, their strength is limited. Otherwise, they would not have been in a stalemate for so long. But no matter what, the 20 of us will be arranged as a team and will be under my command. I hope that everyone will listen to the transfer orders when the time comes. If anyone oversteps, I will not show any mercy." A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and everyone immediately felt as if there was a dagger on their backs. A chill rose in their hearts, and they all expressed that they absolutely would not dare to. Liang Yuanji then retracted his aura and said amiably, "I hope everyone can understand. This is related to the war between the two races, so we must all obey. No jokes are allowed." He knew the temperament of these wandering cultivators. They were the most difficult team to lead. Everyone had a strong personality. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they would be the pillars of support in any sect and would not end up as poor cultivators. Elder Yen nodded and said, "That's right. If anyone dares to do this, he will be harming everyone. I will be the first one to not let him off. As long as everyone can follow the rules, I will do my best to bring everyone back in one piece. Moreover, after this battle, we can all be considered brothers in life and death. In the future, we can look out for each other and won't be bullied by others." "Haha, that's right. Haha." Guan Xingyang laughed. "If we unite, even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens would have to retreat." Liang Yuanji said, "That's right. If we work together, we'll be able to cut through gold. I'll be the leader, Elder Yen will be the vice leader, and the rest of you will be split into 6 groups of 3. You'll be grouped according to your strength. The double monthly votes have begun. Friends who still have monthly votes, throw them at me." These few days, the company had been busy packing things for the inspection, so they stayed up late. Elder Yen took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I'm used to being idle. I really can't be the vice captain. Lord Yuanji, you should find another expert. I'll just be a normal member." "Since that's the case, I won't force you," Liang Yuanji said. He looked at the other 2 9-star Martial Supremes in the field. There were only 4 9-star Martial Supremes in the entire field, including himself, and they were considered a relatively strong team. One of the 9 stars Martial Venerables was practicing some unknown cultivation technique. His entire face was pale green, as if he had been poisoned. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since Elder Yen doesn't want to do it, then I'll do it. I'm also very assured with the green-faced Mr. taking on the role." Liang Yuanji smiled. Yun Xiao felt a little dizzy. He did not know whether the man's real name was green-faced, or he had just given himself a random name. If Elder Yen were to be the vice-captain, I, Taishida, would naturally have no objections. But for the green-faced man to be the vice-captain, it's really hard to listen to. The other 9 stars Martial Venerable immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, "I think other than Elder Yen, I'm the most suitable person for this position." The green-faced man's face turned even paler, and a cold aura emanated from his body. He said in a cold voice, "Oh? Are your bones itching again, Teshida?" Liang Yuanji's head started to hurt. He was afraid of teams like this, where everyone was on their own and did not have a united spirit. This was also the greatest weakness of rogue cultivators. In terms of individual strength, rogue cultivators were generally stronger than sect disciples of the same cultivation level. However, in terms of unity, they were far from it. Taishida stood up from his chair and pointed at the green-faced man, saying fiercely, "My bones are itching, so what? If you're not convinced, then fight." The green-faced man jumped up from his chair and attacked without saying a word. He rolled up a green cloud in front of him and directly attacked. "Shut up." Liang Yuanji's expression changed. "All of you, quiet down." With a wave of his wide, long sleeves, Universe Creator appeared in the hall. With a flash of black light, it swallowed the green cloud. Liang Yuanji stared at the green-faced man and said coldly, "This is the first and the last time. It's also the last time for all of you. If anyone dares to attack your own people, I won't say a word. I'll kill them immediately." The green-faced man's face twitched. He snorted and sat back in his seat. Taishida did not say a word, but the light in his eyes grew colder. Liang Yuanji had a headache. How could he bring such a team out to face the enemy? He looked at Elder Yen for help, but Elder Yen pretended to be stupid. He smoked his pipe and looked up at the ceiling. Liang Yuanji was helpless. He looked around and suddenly had an idea. I wonder if Lord Feiyang is interested in being the vice captain. What? He? Everyone was taken aback, mainly because Yun Xiao looked too young, and these people were all uncultured. Even if he had the cultivation base of an 8-stars Marshal Supreme, it would be difficult for him to shock everyone. Many people were snorting, obviously unconvinced. The red-haired, middle-aged man snorted a few times as if he was afraid that no one could hear him. Yun Xiao was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect Liang Yuanji to point at him directly. When 3 9-stars Martial Venerables were not up to the task, it was indeed the 8-stars' turn. But there were 4 8-stars Martial Venerables in the hall, and the other 3 looked unconvinced at the moment. I'm young and inexperienced. Besides, my strength is limited. I'll just be a member, he said. Humph. At least you know your place. The red-haired man was also an 8-stars Marshal Supreme. He sneered and the corners of his mouth curved up to his nose. Liang Yuanji smiled and said, Lord Feiyang, you're too humble. Even I can't see through your true cultivation level. Then, it must be higher than what the sensor mystic artifact detected. Furthermore, Lord Feiyang can predict the battle at the front line from the atmosphere of Liaguang City. You're also a very observant and thoughtful person. I think you're the most suitable person. Yun Xiao immediately felt 18 pairs of eyes staring at him, but he did not feel uncomfortable with his status. He only felt that he was being roasted on a fire rack by Liang Yuanji. Even if I'm willing, many of my friends are not. This will only add to the team's troubles. Liang Yuanji's gaze sharpened slightly, but his smile remained on his face. This will depend on Lord Feiyang's ability to deal with trouble. Yun Xiao met Liang Yuanji's eyes and saw the desire in his eyes. His heart stirred and he agreed. All right, I agree to be the vice captain. Humph, we might not agree even if you do. The red-haired man finally flipped out on the spot and said coldly, What right do you have to command us? Liang Yuanji's expression turned cold as a wave of pressure pressed down on them. He shouted, Do you want to make the same mistake a second time? The red-haired man's face turned pale under the pressure, and he hurriedly circulated his qi to resist it. A muffled explosion exploded in front of him, and he was forced to retreat. He said in horror, Lord Yuanji, please don't be angry. It's just that I'm not convinced by him. I'm also an 8-star Marshal Supreme. Why is he the vice captain and not me? Liang Yuanji replied coldly, My decision is an order. I've already made myself very clear just now. Are you trying to overstep your boundaries? The red-haired man's heart jumped. He could already feel Liang Yuanji's killing intent. He didn't dare to say anything more, and his eyes were filled with hatred. We will naturally listen to Lord Yuanji's words, but if he sends a young boy to order us around for no reason, it is really difficult to obey. Another 8-stars Marshal Supreme walked out and stood beside the red-haired man. Lord Yuanji, I have always respected you, but I have indeed made a ridiculous mistake this time. Guan Xingyang's face was also solemn. He stood up and walked to the 2 to protest. After all, fighting against the Sea Tribe is no joke. We have to be responsible for our own lives. We can't put our lives in the hands of people who we don't trust. Right? The 3 lords are right. The crowd echoed his words one after another, all of them not optimistic about Yun Xiao's chances, and it was even more unacceptable for them to follow his orders. The green-faced man and Teshida's faces were cold and full of ridicule. Elder Yen was still smoking his pipe and leaning lazily on the chair. Liang Yuanji immediately felt a headache coming on. This was the difficulty of leading unaffiliated ancient martial art practitioners. They had to be convinced of everything before they would listen to him. However, this team had started to have internal strife before he had even brought them out. He immediately lost his confidence. Such a small team would probably be destroyed the moment they entered the battlefield. The red-haired man was overjoyed when he saw everyone supporting him. He stared coldly at Yun Xiao and said, Kid, it's not that we're looking down on you, and it's not that we're not giving you a chance. The simplest way is to start a martial arts competition. If you can defeat any one of us, I'll be convinced that you'll be the vice-captain. That's right, I also agree. Guan Xingyang and the other 8 stars Marshal Venerable nodded. They did not mean to make things difficult for Yunxiao, but it was a matter of great importance and could not be taken as a child's play. Liang Yuanji's eyes immediately fell on Yunxiao. His lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. Although Guan Xingyang's origin power pressure is more intense, his path is too fierce. I know this person's background. He's a genuine poor cultivator without any trump cards. It should be the easiest to choose him. He gave Yunxiao an encouraging look, hoping that he would fight and suppress the situation. Yunxiao smiled wryly in his heart, but his face was expressionless. He stood up from his seat with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The 3 of you can come at me together. I won't fight back within 3 moves each. After 3 moves, as long as you can block one of my attacks, I'll admit defeat." What? The crowd was shocked and stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Everyone bent over with laughter, and some even burst into tears as they looked at Yunxiao sarcastically and swayed. "Haha, what did he just say? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. He's gonna fight 1 against 3 without retaliating. And after 3 moves, he only used 1 move to make the opponent admit defeat? Ha ha ha. Why didn't he say that he just glared at the 3 of them and they died? Ha ha. All kinds of ridicule came, but Yunxiao's expression was indifferent, because this kind of thing could not be explained, and it was disdainful to explain. The result would soon be clear to everyone. Liang Yuanji was also stunned for a moment. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Only now did he feel that his decision was childish and ridiculous. No wonder everyone was against it. Such a reckless young man who spoke without thinking was indeed too young. He could only blame himself for having a particularly good impression of him, which was why he had the idea of promoting him. But now he had completely given up. He also looked at Yunxiao coldly, planning to see how he would end up. On the other hand, Elder Yan's lazy look was replaced by a serious look as he stared at Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through him. The red-haired trio was so angry that they laughed, amused by Yunxiao. Good, you really have guts. You want to let the 3 of us have 3 moves, right? Then we'll thank you. He looked at the other 2, who also shook their heads and sighed with a bitter smile. However, to cooperate with the red-haired man, they also said, "If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you." The 3 of them flickered and disappeared from where they were. In the next moment, they were next to Yunxiao and attacked at the same time. With a fierce look in his eyes, the red-haired man clenched his fist and swooped down from the sky with a whistling sound. The other 2 lazily attacked Yunxiao from the front and back. Their plan was simple. To prevent Yunxiao from escaping, they would let the red-haired man teach him a lesson. Yunxiao casually took out his right hand from behind him, took a step forward, and put it on the red-haired man's wrist. What? The red-haired man was taken aback. Before he could see Yunxiao's movements clearly, he found that his palm had been restrained, and the circulation of his primordial energy had been cut off at the spot where the palm hit. A chill ran down his spine, and he realized that he had laughed at the wrong person. Yunxiao's slap landed precisely on the red-haired man's acupuncture point. As if a surging river had suddenly been cut off, the water suddenly rose, and one of the red-haired man's arms was stretched out to become extremely thick. Outsiders might have thought that it was some powerful palm technique, but the red-haired man knew exactly what it was. His eyes were filled with fear, and he felt as if his entire arm was about to explode. At that moment, Yunxiao gently pulled, and the red-haired man's body shot toward the other 2 like a swordfish. At the same time, his blocked aperture suddenly loosened, and his primordial energy gushed out like a dam that had burst. Boom, boom, boom! Elemental energy exploded from the red-haired man's palm, causing the entire hall to shake. Guan Xingyang and the other 8 stars Marshal Venerable were taken aback. They had just thrown out a casual palm attack to block Yunxiao's retreat, but they did not expect to be hit by the red-haired man's attack, which was beyond their ability. Shocked, they hurriedly increased the strength of their palm wind, but it was too late. Bang! The 2 of them were hit by the palm at the same time and were sent flying. They turned into two meteors and pierced through Zhu Yuanxian. On the other hand, the red-haired man was safe and sound. He was still in the same posture as before, but cold sweat was dripping down his forehead, and he felt a chill in his heart. If Yunxiao had not opened his aperture just now, his entire arm would have exploded. Now he felt a chill run down his spine, and he did not even dare to move when he sensed Yunxiao behind him. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. From the looks of it, the red-haired man had accidentally injured his companion. However, they were all martial honors, and their control over their strength was already extremely fine. It was impossible for such a huge mistake to happen. Red Fur, what are you doing? The 8 Stars Martial Venerable in the distance rushed over, glaring at the red-haired man. He wanted to settle the score with him. Stop! It's this kid's doing. A ray of light rushed over and blocked in front of him. It was Guan Xingyang, who said coldly, "This kid's technique is extremely exquisite. He's using force to counter force." What? The 8 Stars Martial Venerable was dumbfounded for a moment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Not to mention the person involved, even everyone present felt that it was unreal. No matter how strong one's skill was, there was a limit. How could he have done it so easily and circled around 3 people of the same level? The red-haired man's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He was the most clear that it was not as simple as borrowing force to counter force. Good. It seems that I was wrong. Break! Guan Xingyang shouted, and the entire hall shook as if a meteorite had fallen in and exploded. He threw out a punch and then charged forward, leaving a long light trail behind him as he went straight for Yunxiao's forehead. This kind of powerful large-scale attack could not be suppressed by a technique. Everyone's heart was in their throats at this moment. Everyone had a contemptuous look on their faces earlier. Coupled with the dramatic scene, they all felt that they had not seen it clearly. At this moment, they all widened their eyes and stared at it. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he gently pointed out a finger, which seemed slow but was actually fast, and directly touched the wind generated by Guan Xingyang's fist. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Such a fierce and domineering punch, even if a profound-level weapon was used to block it, it would still shake by 30%. Wouldn't a finger directly explode? Liang Yuanji was also shocked as if he had been electrocuted. His martial artist intuition told him that Guan Xingyang was in trouble. There was no basis for this intuition, but he knew it must be accurate. Bang! Guan Xingyang suddenly felt that his fist had smashed into a boundless and vast space. It was as if his fist had hit an empty space, but the power of the fist wind was being absorbed limitlessly. His finger seemed to be a black hole. Shock! What? Frightened, Guan Xingyang hurriedly pulled back his fist without any resistance. He only took a few steps back in shock. How is it? The remaining 8 Stars Martial Supreme frowned and asked. Everyone had seen Guan Xingyang's punch clearly, but no one knew what had happened when the last 2 moves collided. No spiritual pressure had spread out, and they only felt a faint fluctuation of origin power before Guan Xingyang stopped. Guan Xingyang was shocked. He gave Yunxiao a horrified look and said in a deep voice, "Lord Feiyang's strength is astonishing. I'm convinced." Voila! This caused an uproar among the crowd. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew that Guan Xingyang had suffered. Other than shock, there was also joy in Liang Yuanji's eyes. His previous low spirits were swept away, and he became proud. It seemed that he had good judgment and did not misjudge someone. Elder Yen also stopped smoking and looked at the scene with a serious face. Was it really that evil? I don't believe it. The remaining 8 Stars Martial Supreme frowned. He looked at Red Hair and Guan Xingyang, who had stopped talking, and snorted, "Unless I'm convinced." Swish! The blade light cut through the air. The 8 Stars Martial Venerable had learned his lesson from the previous 2. Without making any physical contact with Yunxiao, he slashed down directly from the air. Yunxiao did not retreat. He just stood there with no change in his expression. He really didn't need to think much to deal with these people. Boom! The saber beam hit him directly. To everyone's horror, The saber beam pierced through Yunxiao's body and directly tore off half of Juan Pavilion. What's this? Everyone was so shocked that they jumped to their feet. Yunxiao was standing still, which completely shocked everyone. The 4 9-stars martial supremes, led by Liang Yuanji, were all horrified, and they could not see through Yunxiao's movements at all. The 8 stars martial venerable was also stunned. He held a big ringed saber in his hand and stood there, not knowing what to do. A cold look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he said, 3 moves have passed. It's my turn. As long as the 3 of you can take this move of mine together, I'll give up the position of vice captain to you. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's faces suddenly changed. The previous sneers and ridicule had long been swallowed into their stomachs, as if they were facing a great enemy. The 3 of them raised their origin power to the peak and stood together, joining forces to resist the enemy. Although it might seem a little exaggerated to outsiders, all 3 of them had exchanged a blow with Yunxiao and understood how terrifying he was. So, they did not dare to underestimate him. Yunxiao raised his hand, and without any fancy moves, he slapped down like he was swatting a fly. Boom! The space trembled, and the remaining half of the Ju Yuanxian collapsed with a loud bang. The 3 extremely cautious people felt the entire space shatter, and their bodies were drawn into the energy storm, constantly being stirred. The 3 of them struggled to hold on for a moment before their minds went blank and they completely lost consciousness. To outsiders, the 3 of them were like fallen leaves in a storm, floating far away and disappearing from everyone's sight. Gulp! After a few breaths of silence, only the sound of swallowing with difficulty could be heard. Everyone was in the ruins, and the silence was terrifying. Cold sweat broke out on Liang Yuanji's forehead. It was at this moment that he realized how terrifying Yunxiao was. This man's combat strength was definitely above his, and he was probably at least a martial emperor. After his shock, he was even more elated. With such a person in their team, everyone's safety would be even more guaranteed. However, Liang Yuanji was still in a daze. He wiped his cold sweat and said, Lord Feiyang, the 3 of them— Don't worry, Yunxiao said. They're just unconscious. They'll be fine, provided that they're treated in time. Liang Yuanji was sweating profusely. He hurriedly ordered a few martial artists to go and treat them. The 3 of them were 8-star martial supremes and were definitely the main force. Who else has any objections to me being the vice captain? Yunxiao asked. No one made a sound. As his gaze swept across them, they hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to make direct contact with him. In particular, the martial artists who had laughed loudly earlier were even more apprehensive, afraid that they would be retaliated against. Haha, Lord Feiyang's strength is shocking. He is worthy of being the vice captain. Liang Yuanji was very pleased with himself, secretly praising his own judgment. Elder Yen seemed to have just come back to his senses. He took out his pipe and took a few puffs. It's not just shocking, it's beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens is no better than this. Liang Yuanji was overjoyed. With Lord Feiyang here, our team's strength will far exceed the other teams. It'll be much safer. The gathering Yuan Pavilion has been destroyed, so let's all gather here today. As 3 people are injured, we'll discuss splitting them up in a few days. When everyone heard that, their depressed mood was immediately lifted. The stronger the leader was, the better it would be. Everyone gave Yunxiao a friendly look before they left one after another. Yunxiao beckoned to Liang Yuanji, then went straight back to his residence. He took out the bell that Baoxing had left behind and lightly shook it a few times. A moment later, a beam of light flew into the courtyard. It was Baoxing, who was still wearing the same light yellow gauze robe. When she saw Yunxiao, she quickly bowed and said, I've made Lord Feiyang wait for a long time. Let me ask you, Yunxiao said, who is that Liang Yuanji? Baoxing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, My lord, you must have met with Lord Yuanji. He is an expert from the J-Drop sect of the eastern region and has been arranged to lead the team. It is said that the group led by Lord Yuanji is the strongest among all the itinerant cultivators. Oh, I see. The atmosphere in Blazing Light City seems to be much more tense than before, Xianxia said. Is it because of the war in the front? A look of surprise flashed across Baoxing's face. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the sea race has indeed launched quite a large attack in this period of time. The experts of my race have retreated another 30-some kilometers. Her depressed expression was swept away, and she squinted her eyes and smiled. Don't worry, my lord. Haitian town is tens of thousands of miles away from here. With 30 miles as a line of defense, we won't be able to reach Lai Guang City even in hundreds of years. Xianxia sweated in his heart. This girl knew nothing at all, and how could the situation of the battle be measured in this way? He was afraid that once the war at the front line collapsed, the Sea Tribe army would come ashore in large numbers and sweep across more than half of the cities in the eastern region. Is there any other news? Xianxia asked. What else? Baoxing thought for a while, shook his head, and suddenly added, my lord, the small team led by Lord Yuanji might be transferred to the front line soon. The teams that you formed before you came have all gone, so it might be your turn next. Xianxia's face was expressionless. He had basically expected all this, and he also wanted to go to the front line as soon as possible to see what was going on. After sending Baoxing away, he did not have the mood to cultivate in the short period of time left. Instead, he began to focus on refining those profound-level weapons, especially the Devil Sky Armor, which required a large amount of Devil Chi to activate its power. Now that he could turn Emperor Chi into Devil Chi at will, he had the capital to truly control the Devil Sky Armor. Each of the profound-level weapons that he had obtained from Mount Meru had a great origin and infinite power. As his strength gradually increased, these profound-level weapons also began to display their power one by one. 7 days later, a crisp bell rang in the training room. The pendant behind the door was not only flashing with purple light, but it was also shaking violently. It was an emergency call. Xianxia immediately rose to his feet and arrived at the city lord's mansion in a few breaths. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found Liang Yuanji and flew down. Liang Yuanji welcomed him with joy and said, Lord Feiyong is number one. Xianxia's strength had already attracted his greatest attention. Are you going to the front line? Xianxia asked. The smile on Liang Yuanji's face turned serious as he nodded. That's right. This time, a total of 30 teams were sent at the same time. There are 3 first-class teams and they are all local sections. The Bai Luo sect that I'm in is one of them. There are a total of 9 second-level teams, 5 of which are made up of individual cultivators like us, and each team is made up of 20 people. The other 4 teams are all local sects and forces of the eastern region. No matter how many people there are, they form their own teams. The remaining 20 teams are made up of rank 3 and 4 existences. Xianxia immediately understood that the division of ranks was based on cultivation base. Since their team was divided into 2 levels, the first level naturally belonged to martial sovereigns. Such a large group, how many people are there in total? 933 people. Our team's name is Warblade, Liang Yuanji said with a bitter smile. Xianxia's face darkened as he said, teleporting so many people at once, could it be that there's a sudden change in the battle? Liang Yuanji's expression was equally ugly as he said, half a month ago, the sea race launched a surprise attack and destroyed the teleportation formation that they had set up temporarily. Now, they have just finished setting up the teleportation formation and are urgently asking for help. Therefore, Lord Wenbojun is prepared to send over half of the strength that the entire Blazing Light City has accumulated. I'm afraid that there will be a hard battle once we get there. As the 2 of them were talking, the members of the team soon arrived. The 3 8-stars martial venerables were among them, but they avoided Xianxia's eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. Liang Yuanji frowned. It's a critical moment now. Everyone, let go of any grudges you have. When you're at the front line, only orders are given. The remaining 18 people had been divided into 6 groups according to their own situation. At the same time, a group leader had been selected. The group leaders would take care of each other. The group leaders would be the 6, 8, and 9-star martial supremes. The entire square was filled with people, and all sorts of noises could be heard. The sect disciples were all laughing together, while most of the rogue cultivators were standing alone, looking around. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xianxia knew everyone's situation and cultivation base. The 3 first-class teams at the front were the most conspicuous. They were the Blue Sky sect, where Liang Yuanji was from, as well as the 9th Moon Mountain and the Ulti-Mystery sect. The people in them ranged from martial emperors to martial emperors, and they were all from the entire sect. Everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky, and a 5-colored light appeared in the sky, slowly landing on the general's platform next to the city lord's mansion. When Bojun's figure was revealed, he was full of spirit and had an imposing appearance, with the style of a grandmaster. As soon as he appeared, the entire square fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on him. When Bojun said, "Everyone, I won't say much about the current situation. I won't say any hypocritical words either. Those demon beasts in the sea bullied us once decades ago. They think we are easy to bully. I don't care about the attitude of the Holy Region or the other 3 regions. I only know that in the Eastern region, if any sea beast dares to climb up without permission, I will completely smash it into a pulp. He'll be smashed into meat paste." Dozens of people shouted at the same time. They were the team leaders, including Liang Yuanji. "He'll be smashed into meat paste. Let those low-level things get back to the ocean." Immediately, the entire square was filled with shouts. Everyone's blood was surging. Moreover, the more people there were, the more daring they would be. Looking at the densely packed people, everyone had a feeling of certain victory in their hearts. When Bojun smiled and gestured for her to be quiet, "We'll let the Sea Tribe see our true strength, and let the Holy Region, who didn't dare to fight us in the past, see our strength. We'll leave everything to you." He bowed deeply and paid his respects. Everyone's blood started to burn as they cheered wildly, feeling as if they had already won. But there were also many calm warriors, such as Yunxiao and Elder Yen. The former looked calm and unruffled, while the latter was smoking his pipe with a contemptuous smile on his face. Elder Yen looked at Yunxiao with interest and said with a smile, "Lord Feiyang's heart is very firm." "Not as good as you, Elder Yen," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm not as good as you." Elder Yen shook his head and said seriously, "I'm still far from Lord Soaring. Lord Feiyang is truly wise and courageous, while I'm just a coward who has become more timid as I get older in the martial world." With that, he picked up his pipe and began to smoke again while observing Yunxiao's expression. To his disappointment, Yunxiao showed no expression. They quickly gathered and began a large-scale teleportation. Only 20 people could go at a time, and the number of people in a small team was also determined by the maximum number of people in the teleportation array. On the platform, when Bojun was smiling as he looked at the people below swarming toward the teleportation area like a long snake, a man behind him looked down with a serious expression and said softly, "I hope this can alleviate the crisis at the front line." The man's face was revealed. He was delicate and young, but his eyes were shining with wisdom. He was Tang Qing's son, Tang Xian. When Bojun's smile didn't falter as he replied, "Difficult. Oh, why do you say that, Vice Sect Master?" Tang Xian was surprised and asked in confusion, "There are nearly 1,000 people here. The entire eastern region has been mobilized." When Bojun said in a soft voice, "The war is still in its initial stage. The Sea Race has only sent some low-level clans to attack. We are also organizing these scattered soldiers. The true strength of the 2 races has not been shown yet. It is difficult to judge who is stronger and who is weaker." Tang Xian frowned. What should the next stage be? When Bojun said, "All the royal forces of the East Sea have been revealed. By then, your father will definitely lead the entire eastern region to fight against them. If this situation escalates further, the 4 seas will join forces and the world will be in chaos." Tang Xian's face turned serious and said, "According to what the Vice Sect Master said, this war will never end unless the Sea Tribe retreats. But their request is too outrageous. They want to find a human girl. We've cast various spells, but there's no such person in Haitian town." When Bojun smiled bitterly, The sea race has mobilized so many people to attack. I think that girl is real, but she must have left the eastern region. Tang Xian's face showed a strange expression and said coldly, "Humph." According to all the clues, it must have been Li Yunxiao who took it away. When Bojun shook his head and said, "I don't think so. We've checked Yunxiao's tracks before he entered the world. He has no one with him." Moreover, when he confronted the Sea tribe in Xianxia that day, it was very likely that he had deceived them in exchange for a moment of peace. The possibility of the girl getting lost was very high. Since she was able to escape from the hands of the Sea tribe, she naturally won't be easily captured. In any case, Li Yunxiao is involved in this situation, Tang Xian said. If he had reported the situation in Xianxia in time when the incident happened, we could have prepared earlier and not been defeated again and again. When Bojun nodded and said, "Of course we have to capture Li Yunxiao. Unfortunately, we didn't know that he was involved in this matter at that time, so we transferred Fuichuan and the 5 hall masters back, wasting the opportunity in Fengling City. It's too late to regret now, so we can only find a way to deal with the immediate crisis. But these Sea tribe people are too stubborn, and they insist on finding the girl. It's really a headache." He shook his head repeatedly, his face full of distress. "Humph. Then let's beat them until they get the hell back." Tang Xian's face flashed with arrogance and said coldly, "They really think that we humans are easy to bully. This is the best time for father to take over. I must teach these sea beasts a lesson." When Bojun only smiled bitterly and didn't say anything, a large number of experts were teleported away one by one, and soon it was Yunxiao's Battle Blade team's turn. The 20 of them stood on the teleportation array. A beam of light lit up and they quickly entered the space tunnel. Their surroundings were pitch black. In just a few breaths' time, he saw a ray of light appear on the ground. After the 20 of them stood still, they immediately began to observe the scene in front of them. The huge city was extremely simple and crude, with only some solid metal walls. The city was almost empty, but it was spacious enough. Liang Yuanji started to contact one of the people in charge and exchanged communication jade pendants. The person in charge simply said, "The city is created by an array artifact, so it's very simple. You can find a place in the city to stay and cultivate in peace while waiting for the orders from the higher-ups." Yunxiao looked around and saw that the entire city was divided into 2 halves, and the newcomers they had teleported here occupied a small part of the city. In the other half of the area, many cultivators were cultivating in groups. There were also many people flying here and there busily. Liang Yuanji said to everyone, "Let's go and find an empty space to cultivate. It's strictly forbidden to attack anyone here. No matter the reason, kill anyone who violates the rules." With a sweep of his divine sense, Yunxiao immediately understood the structure of the entire city. The giant city in front of him was made up of 7 pieces of unsealed profound-level weapons. It should be a complete set of architectural-type profound-level weapons. After they were unsealed, they were ingeniously combined together to form such a huge city. He did not know which force had provided it. It was extremely rare. The city walls were gray in color, but they were made of several strong 7th-grade materials. Every 100 meters, there was a marshal supreme guarding them, like an iron bucket. The main city's pavilion was designed to have 3 floors. 2 horns protruded from the top, like the head of a beast, and it was very magnificent. The entire place was silver and white, and there were even flashes of light on it. Patterns appeared from time to time, and it was obvious that there was a very powerful restriction inside. The Level 1 teams, including the Jade Drop sect, were invited into the main city's pavilion. There were no martial supremes in the entire open space of the square. Under Liang Yuanji's lead, everyone randomly found a corner to settle down. Liang Yuanji said, "I'll have to trouble Lord Feiyang for the time being. I'll go to the city to handle some procedures." "Don't worry," Yunxiao nodded. Only then did Liang Yuanji go to the mansion with a peace of mind. Yunxiao's strength had been recognized by everyone, and he could basically suppress these people. This was the first time everyone had seen such a huge assembly-type profound-level weapon. They all revealed looks of surprise and curiosity, as well as some excitement. I think even if we let the martial artists attack this city, they won't be able to break through in a short time. Elder Yen was also amazed. Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked calm. The value of this set of mystic artifacts was so high that it was difficult to estimate. If even such a precious thing was used, it was obvious that the war was not going well. He said calmly, "You mean one or dozens of warriors? It is indeed difficult to exert their power in this giant city's combined profound-level weapon. However, if it faces tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Sea tribe experts or martial sovereigns above 9 stars, this city will be destroyed as easily as rotten wood." Teshida laughed and said, "Ha, Lord Feiyang, don't scare us. There are more than 100,000 members of the Sea tribe and a 9-star martial sovereign. How are we going to fight them? We should just surrender." "I don't think there are any 9 stars martial sovereigns," Yunxiao said. "If they do appear, it will be an extremely high level. The East Sea must be preparing to go to war with the humans, but it is very likely that there are hundreds of thousands of sea clans. The entire East Sea was boundless, much wider than the heavenly martial continent. Even the royal families of the 4 seas couldn't cover all of them. There were even more terrifying existences hidden in the East Sea." Everyone revealed looks of disbelief. In their opinion, it was normal for hundreds of thousands of ordinary people to fight, but it was hard to imagine that there were so many cultivators in a chaotic battle. There were also many martial artists around the square who had set up stalls to sell their goods. In any case, most people were idle and had nothing to do. In this kind of messy place, very few people could sit still, which added a lot of liveliness. Yunxiao looked around, trying to ask about the situation of the battle. Thump! All of a sudden, the entire city trembled as the sound of drums reverberated through the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked up in shock. The voice came from above the city. A beam of green light spread out in the sky, covering a radius of several thousand meters. It was extremely beautiful and shocking. The entire square quieted down in an instant, and many people revealed terrified expressions. The members of the Battle Blade team became nervous and held their breaths. After a while, there was no other reaction. Elder Yen said, "Is this a signal to gather for battle?" Yunxiao frowned as well, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the side and snorted, "Hee hee, are you all new here?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a man leaning against the city wall. He looked like a ruffian, but he also had the cultivation of an 8 stars martial venerable. He was looking at them with a mocking expression. "Humph, so what if he's new? Do you have an opinion?" The green-faced man snorted coldly with an unhappy expression when he saw the other party's cultivation. "Hee hee, it's nothing." The 8 stars martial venerable laughed and said, "That drum sound just now was just a warning. It represents the presence of an enemy. But that's all there is. If it rang again, it would mean that there was danger and he had to be prepared. 3 chimes means the enemy has begun their attack, and we must be ready to fight at any time. So that's the case." Everyone finally understood, and their hearts were at ease. Although everyone was full of confidence, they were still a little nervous about the real battle. Moreover, it was their first time fighting against a foreign race. Yunxiao nodded at the man and asked, "How long has this friend been at the front line? Do you know the current situation of the war?" A cold look flashed across the man's face as he laughed in a carefree manner. "Not too long ago. It's only been 2 months." "That's quite early," Yunxiao said. "Can you tell us about the war in detail?" Everyone perked up their ears and gathered around, all very interested. "Of course you can." The man was very straightforward. He stretched out his hand and asked, 100,000 best-grade spirit stones, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. "Tisk, you're so poor that you've gone crazy." The red-haired man flicked his sleeves and said with a mocking expression, "You can ask any old man about these things. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones? Do you think we're idiots?" The other people also looked at him with disdain. That person still had a ruffian look on his face as he mumbled, "Whatever. 100,000 best-grade spirit stones is on the account that we are all individual cultivators. Otherwise, Don't come to me if you don't have 1,000,000 best-grade spirit stones. Shwa shwa. More than a dozen people raised their middle fingers one after another, each of them with a look of ridicule and disdain. The man didn't say anything and just looked at the crowd coldly, his eyes full of mockery and pity. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then threw out a bag of primordial stones and said, 100,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Check it, Lord Fei Yang. Everyone was taken aback, wondering why Xianxia would let this man off so easily. The man was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately picked up the storage bag with great joy. After scanning it with his divine sense, he put it away and said with a smile, "Not bad. You know how to conduct yourself and have your own ideas. I'm Chun Zhongwei, and I'm willing to be your friend." Xianxia was not interested in being friends with him, so he just asked calmly, "Which batch of soldiers did you come to the front line? How many people were there? How many people are left?" Chun Zhongwei's body trembled when he heard the question. His eyes were filled with fear. After a while, he calmed down a little and put away his frivolous attitude. At that time, the entire teleportation was smooth. I can't say which batch it was, but it was definitely one of the closer ones. When the sea race first invaded, I was already here before Xianxia fell. At the beginning of the battle in Xianxia, we had about 700 people. When the battle started, more and more powerful people were sent over. There were no less than 3,000 people in total, and only about 300 survived. What? 300 left from 3,000. The green-faced man couldn't help but shout. Everyone's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that they couldn't accept this result. Each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. "How's the cultivation level of these 3,000 people?" the red-haired man asked with a livid face. "There are at least 500 martial honors and above. They are as strong as the ones in the city." Chun Zhongwei grinned. At this moment, everyone was silent, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The remaining 300 people either died or went missing in the following battles. "I'm afraid there are less than 30 people left in the city." Chun Zhongwei continued. When everyone heard these words, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. They could not feel the slightest warmth under the blazing sun in the sky, and they all felt as if their blood vessels were about to freeze. A faint sense of fear spread among the dozen people, and everyone saw the panic among themselves. Chun Zhongwei laughed and said proudly, "You'll know how terrifying the sea race is after you understand it for yourself. Right now, the number of martial artists in this huge city has been replenished to more than 1,000. I don't know how many will be left after the next wave of attacks." Elder Yen took a few heavy puffs from his pipe and exhaled mist. "Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. The current situation should be much better than before. If it's really so terrifying, how did these people last until now? This kid is obviously exaggerating to scare us." Everyone thought that it made sense, and they all stared at the man with cold anger. However, the fresh excitement they had when they first arrived in the giant city had completely disappeared. "Don't be too nervous," Xianxia said, "and don't let your guard down." Compared to the start of the battle, they were more prepared now because they knew the details of the sea tribe. Secondly, the battlefront on land had been stretched out, and the sea race was at an increasingly disadvantageous position. Third, the defense of this giant city is far above Xianxia, and it has the power to defend against 10,000 men. Chun Zhongwei gave Xianxia a surprised look. He was surprised that this young man had such extraordinary knowledge. "You're the captain?" "We're the Battle Blade team," Xianxia said. "I'm the vice-captain. What methods did the sea race use to attack the city?" "Such a great loss." Chun Zhongwei suddenly became silent as if he was recalling something. His eyes were filled with fear. Xianxia frowned slightly. It seemed that the man had indeed been provoked. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder as he said indifferently, "Don't be afraid. We're in the city. It's 100% safe." Chun Zhongwei's trembling body stopped at the slap, and a warm and safe feeling spread in his heart. He looked up and saw Xiao's handsome face and bright eyes. He couldn't help but be startled. This person gave him an extremely reliable and safe feeling. The fear in his heart was dispelled at this moment. Starfish. A large number of terrifying starfish. I've never seen so many terrifying starfish in my life. They covered the sky and the earth, and the whole Haitian town was submerged. Those starfish are all man-eating. With mixed feelings, he continued to ask for monthly votes. He still had 2 days, but it had fallen to 6th place.